How's everybody doing? Good evening. The time is 5:33 p.m. It is Wednesday, October 8th. I'm going to call the special city council meeting to order. With the city secretary, please call the roll.
Mitchell,
Here.
Heiser,
Here.
Rizzo,
Present.
Zuniga,
Present.
Harris,
Here.
McKinney, Tobias.
All right, 5 members present. We have a quorum. Next up is citizen comments. I have one person registered to speak. Mr. Roche, you have 3 minutes. I think you may need to hit the button.
There we go.
There we go.
Kenneth Rocha, hometown Kyle. Good evening, Mayor, Council Member. As y'all go into executive session, there's something I wanted to say to council, but especially you, Mayor, that you guys don't hear all the time. Thank you. You guys have countless hours, time, effort, and energy into trying to make the best decisions for our community, and I don't think you guys get told that very often. For 20 years, I've always been the staff member in the back with the laptop, not sharply as dressed as them, but my job at that point was to provide y'all with, or the council, and my leadership, city manager as well, the correct and accurate information so that the community understands what direction the community is headed based off the decisions made on the dais. And you hear a lot. I may not always agree. I understand the process that's in place, and I just know you guys don't hear that a lot. So thank you. And then as times dwindle on the dais, I don't know how many times you've been thanked, but I appreciate it. As a community member, getting involved in the community hasn't been easy. You know, you try and do good as a father, as a community member, as a husband, as somebody that's wanting to contribute to our community thoughtfully and with good intention. Yet sometimes it just comes off as noise, as gripe. But being in the room sometimes with that decision-making process, not everybody sees what's behind the curtain. And that's just transparency. I think we can do a better job with it. And that's just communication and understanding of what that process is. So as y'all go into y'all's meeting, I just wanted to say thank y'all.
All right, thank you. All right, that's all I have. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments. It's now closed. Next up is executive session. The City Council will now go into executive session to discuss agenda items 1A through G pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087. Thank you very much. All right, good evening, everyone. There was no action taken during executive session. There will be no action taken now. Motion to adjourn. All right, we are adjourned. Good evening, everyone. The time is 7:14 p.m. It is Wednesday, October 8th, and I'm going to call this regularly scheduled city council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell,
Here.
Heiser,
Here.
Rizzo,
Present.
Zuniga,
Present.
Harris,
Here.
McKinney,
Here.
Tobias.
All right, 6 members are present. We have a quorum. Next up is approval of the minutes. We do not have Tobias here.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes for 2025 draft special meeting and 2025 draft regular meeting.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember McKinney that we approve the minutes. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 6-0. Next up is citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a citizen comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. I have several folks who are registered to speak. First up is Kenneth Rocha.
It's on. Kenneth Rocha, hometown Kyle. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I appreciate that City Point Kyle project aims to improve our city with amenities like a grocery store, dedicated city space, and expansion of Chevo Pestano Road. I believe we can accomplish that goal while being more transparent and careful. I urge you to pull the annexation and rezoning from the consent agenda for discussion. Also request we delay their second readings until after the October 21st PID hearing. The City Point project brings benefits, but long-term cost, roads, utilities, public services that grow faster than their impact fee covers. Waiting for the PID's $25 million assessment details ensure we balance those costs with infrastructure like water and traffic solutions. P&Z's amendments show deliberation and alignment to our comprehensive plan. Let's extend that by holding second readings post-PID hearing for transparency and informed decisions. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Sherry Boyette.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sherry Boyette. I live in San Marcos, and I represent the voiceless dogs and cats of Hays County. Tonight, I want to be in support of the Buda MOU, and I want to be in favor of the Kyle Animal Care Center. What I'd like to point out, though, are the discrepancies that we're hearing in certain places, mostly in social media, but also on the Hays County website, with some of the mapping and some of the vernacular and text for the phraseology. We have quite a few different versions of how these animal shelter / animal care center is being described. So I want to make sure that you are also taking note of the history of the regional animal shelter, because there is a bit of confusion. It has been referred to the project that you're working on as a regional animal shelter, and I have received clarification that it is indeed not that. So I want to be very transparent, us all, have more community meetings and take a clear view of what's been done in the regional shelter in the past so we don't make the same mistakes. So tonight, please specify exactly which cities are going to be included in your coverage area. Niederwald, Ulen, Mountain City, Hays City, all those ETJs and incorporated areas, are those all to be included in this Kyle Animal Center? And the ETJ of Buda, who's responsible for that? So the map that the Hays County website is showing reveals going all the way to the east side, including all those cities. So if you could please clarify how that's being represented for the community, I'll get a lot less calls and messages. What we're talking about now is something huge, if those things that the map are representing are correct. So I want to make sure all of you who are sitting now as council members think about the years to come. You'll be answering the questions for all those cities, all those constituents. Is that really the scope of which you care to go? And recognizing that the sheriff and the animal control officers will then need to be moved under the Kyle PD in order to have streamlined, cohesive animal control. I still say, and I think that the team shelter feasibility and the Broadus Consulting feasibility studies proved that Hays County needs to have a central pet resource center. And that would be someone who would be the main police of all these things. So we would have either an entire separate facility or a director of animal services for the county located as a part of the Kyle Animal Care Center. Someone who could triage questions so it won't come to you. So again, I propose that the Kyle animal control be melded with all the officers and be under one house, because The safety and the health of our citizens and the abusers and the dog bites don't stop. We need extended hours and extended officers. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you very much. Next up is Susan Reyna.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Susan Reyna. I volunteer with several community organizations, but tonight I'm speaking regarding item 21 as an individual resident of Kyle. I feel deep concern about the library policies that Council first approved on March 18th and the revisions proposed tonight. I failed to speak up in March when these policies were adopted, and I regret that, but the fact that I stayed silent then does not make the concerns I raised tonight any less valid. Several of these rules, though legally permissible, are inconsistent with the spirit and purpose of libraries, which have always stood for access, refuge, and dignity for all. The new policies prohibit falling asleep in the library, ban blankets, bedrolls, and carts used to carry belongings, and forbid distributing flyers or other community information. These restrictions create barriers for the very people libraries have historically served, those seeking knowledge, comfort, safety, or simply a place to rest. Another provision directs staff to remove people for having a strong odor, whether from perfume or from living outdoors, which risks embarrassing or excluding residents who already feel unseen. When a public library also serves as a cooling and warming station, as ours does, forbidding someone to rest or even bring a blanket sends a mixed message. It says people are welcome for safety, but not if they are tired, are carrying their belongings, or need to sit quietly for too long. I am also troubled by the lack of transparency surrounding recent library board meetings. In April 2022, the City Council directed staff to record and broadcast all board and commission meetings. Yet there are no posted videos for the April 14th or September 11th, 2025 meetings. Also, in 2025, the library board only met 4 times, in February, June, August, and September. Other scheduled meetings, including the one for tomorrow, August 9th, were canceled before an agenda was ever posted. So currently there are no minutes for the September. The August meeting minutes are very general with very little insight into the discussion held. That's why the recordings are so valuable. Without them, it is difficult for the public to know how these policies were developed. For an institution dedicated to knowledge and transparency, that's incredibly disappointing. At the heart of this discussion is a simple truth. The library should be a place of inclusion, not exclusion. It should reflect compassion and community values, not a list of behaviors to police. Even if the city can legally adopt these rules, that does not mean it should. I urge the council to direct staff to revisit these policies through the lens of the library's mission, to serve the community and to provide access to learning and enrichment for people of all ages and backgrounds. Please reconsider the bans on resting, belonging, strong odors, and information sharing, and ensure our library's policies reflect the heart of what a public library truly stands for: access, refuge, and community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Larry Golick.
Mayor, City Council members, good evening. My name is Larry Golick. I live in Six Creeks, formerly referenced as Blanco River Ranch Phase 1. I want to address the classification of Six Creeks as a sweetheart deal and request that the council abide by the agreement to ensure that residents of Six Creeks are billed at in-city rates as agreed to in 2017, and instruct city staff to prepare refunds for all overpayments by Six Creeks residents. In 2016, the city entered into the interim development agreement with Blanco River Ranch Properties LP. Mayor Mitchell correctly stated he was not in office when that initial agreement was passed, but he did participate in the final approval of Six Creeks in May 2017, nearly a year after he took office as a council member. The mayor did comment on September 16, 2025 at the meeting that the PID is how the developer gets money out of the project. It should not be lost on the council that the city of Kyle acquires water, wastewater, and roadway assets built to the city standards and recoups all administrative, consultant, and issuance costs without charging in-city residents, because those costs are assessed exclusively to Six Creeks PID parcels through the annual installments that already include admin and an extra 0.5% interest reserve. The 2017 developer agreement between the City of Kyle and the Blanco River Ranch LLC recorded in Hayes County, May 31st, 2017, the city confirmed it has and will maintain an adequate raw water supply and water treatment and wastewater treatment capacity to meet its service obligations, something the city continues to do with new development agreements. The 2017 development agreement defines property as the land within the Blanco River Ranch Phase 1, renamed Six Creeks. It defines customers as the city's retail water and wastewater customers located within the property. Those definitions make today's Six Creeks homeowners customers under the agreement and party to the protections and benefits provided within. Section 1212 of that agreement is no third-party beneficiary. This agreement is for the benefit of the city and the owner and shall not be construed as to confer any benefit to any third party. Key words, though, other than the customers. By naming customers as beneficiaries, the city bound itself and its successors to treat those customers as in-city customers. In the same agreement, the city promised that the retail water and wastewater customers of the property would receive the same level, in the same manner, and on the same conditions and terms of service as similarly situated retail customers inside its corporate limits. The improper classification of Six Creeks water and wastewater utility accounts as outside city violates the recorded commitments and the standing the agreement guarantees. In closing, I respectfully ask that the council review and honor the developer agreement and bring the city into full compliance. Request that the city engage in resolving this issue before a notice of default is issued. I've notified the city via electronic form, via the city's website, to the deputy city manager,
Mr. Gollick.
and to the public information request.
Thank you
for
very
your
much.
time.
All right, next up is Victor Allen.
Mayor, council members, my name is Vic Allen, a homeowner in Six Creeks, formerly Blanco River Ranch Phase 1. In 2017, the developer agreement establishes clear duties of the city to own and operate water and wastewater systems serving Six Creeks, to provide service to my home on par with service rates and terms established for in-city customers. Sections 608 and 610 deal with ownership and retail service. Upon completion and acceptance, all water and wastewater facilities constructed to serve the property shall become property of the city and become owned, operated, and maintained as part of the city's water and wastewater systems. Following construction and acceptance of the facilities, the city shall enter into a retail water and wastewater service with each home based on the standard city application for service after required inspections, payment, and standard fees and deposits. These provisions confirm that Six Creeks systems are city-owned, city-operated, and directly connected to each home as a retail customer, leaving no question that our relationship is identical to the other retail relationships for customers inside the city. Section 701 in regard to city fees, the city standard water and wastewater rates, charges, and other fees that are applicable within the city incorporated limits will be applicable to connections made, services provided within the property. These provisions confirm that the same rates and charges that apply inside the city must also apply within Six Creeks, leaving no legal basis for an outside city classification. Section 401, service and same terms and conditions. The city shall provide water and wastewater service to the property at the same terms and conditions that are applied to customers inside the corporate limits of the city. This section binds the city to Six Creeks customers. Water, wastewater service at the same level, in the same manner, in the same conditions, and the term of service applied similarly situated with retail customers inside its corporate limits. Accordingly, I respectfully ask that the council review and honor its development agreement under section 11.01. Actually, there's 11.02 and 11.03 that deal further in default of a section of 1101. Accordingly, I'm presenting the city with a formal notice of default in person pursuant to section 1206 of this agreement. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next up is Jack Perot or Parrott.
My name is Jack Parrott. I live in Six Creeks, formerly Blanco River Ranch Phase 1. By charging Six Creeks homeowners higher outside city rates, the city is failing to comply with the developer agreement, resulting in unfair and discriminatory treatment of Six Creeks residents with respect to water and wastewater services provided by the city. Section 406 in the developer agreement is a non-discrimination clause, and it states, water and wastewater services provided to the customers by the city will be non-discriminatory and consistent with city policies, tariffs, and regulations applicable to customers of the city's water system and the city's wastewater system located within the city's incorporated limits. That clause requires non-discriminatory service and full parity with in-class city customers. By imposing outside city rates on Six Creeks customers, the city is violating both the letter and the intent of this agreement. Under Texas Water Code 13.043F, the Public Utility Commission of Texas may review municipal rates and determine whether they are unreasonable, preferential, prejudicial, and discriminatory. They also have the full authority to require the city of Kyle to honor this agreement and also require the city of Kyle to refund the residents of Six Creeks for what they've been overcharged. Currently over $2 million, and it grows by $40,000 to $55,000 a month. The city's consultant, Reftalis Financial, cited the City of Leander versus PUC decision settled in January 2025 as an example in support of this enormous City of Kyle outside city rate hike. However, that case did not apply to all ETJ customers. Neighborhoods in Leander's ETJ that had prior MUD or developer agreements guaranteed in-city rates were specifically excluded from the increases and continued receiving service at in-city rates. Their agreements, like ours, ran with the land and bound the city to equal treatment. Six Creeks holds the same recorded protections under sections 4.01, 4.06, 6.08, 6.10, 7.01, and 12.12, which obligates the city to provide non-discriminatory, consistent treatment in the city rates as provided by the developer agreement. I'm seeking the proper classification of Six Creeks retail accounts as City of Kyle in-city water and wastewater accounts in the standing developer agreement guarantees. Therefore, I join with my neighbors in respectfully requesting that the city review and honor the developer agreement and correct the improper outside city classification under section 11.01. Continued non-performance constitutes default. Accordingly, I am presenting the city with a formal notice of default.
All right, thank you, Mr. Parrott. All right, next up is Cynthia Bentley.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Cynthia Bentley, President and founder of Unforgettable Families and Friends, which is a nonprofit here in Kyle, Texas. This month is, what month? Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And as usual, we will be at Walmart in Kyle and Kohl's in Kyle on November the 1st, collecting brand new pillows to give to our various nonprofits in the greater Hayes, South Austin, and New Brunswick area. We have started this program about 17 years ago here in Kyle with collecting only 32 pillows to Hayes Caldwell Women's Center. As of today, we have donated over 17,000 pillows. We not only serve the greater Hayes County and surrounding areas. When disaster strikes, we will send pillows to that area. We have recently sent pillows down to Kerrville, Corpus Christi, Galveston, down to Houston, in order to bring comfort to those who have had some kind of disasters. So I'm asking everyone to come out on November the 1st at Kohl's from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. and at Walmart from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. so we can collect pillows to give to our various nonprofits. We serve about 20 nonprofits in the greater area. And the second project we have is called Bikes for Books Reading Program. We have been in various elementary schools here in Kyle, Texas for the second graders. Today we were at Fuentes Elementary School and we had a kickoff. We got those second graders excited about reading. They promised to read 50 million books in order to win a bike and brand-new safety gears. We will be back at Fuentes right before Christmas to award maybe 1 or 2 bikes, maybe 3, to our children at Fuentes. Last week, we were at Hemphill Elementary School. We've been in Hemphill Elementary School for about 7 or 8 years. We've had this program. Wednesday of next week, we will be at Cow Elementary School doing the same thing, kicking it off, getting our children excited about reading, learning them that they can travel all over the world. They don't have to leave their houses. And in doing that, we hope to enforce their reading skills, their writing skills, penmanship, because they have to fill out a log, turn in a short book report. Their names will go into a drawing to win that bike and safety gears. And we would like to have this program in all of the elementary schools here in Hayes and Buda. So if anyone would be interested in helping us sponsor those schools, we would really love that. The children are eager to learn, they're eager to read, and they are going to read 50 million books in order to win that bike. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Paul Hill.
Hello, City Council. My name is Paul Hill, and I'm a resident in Post Oak. I have watched and attended a lot of City Council meetings and County Commissioner meetings. And something that I've noticed is a lot of people come up here and claim to speak for the residents. They claim to speak for the residents of Kyle or for the people of Kyle or something like that. And something that I want to say is that sometimes what those people say I agree with, but a lot of times I don't. And I don't let people speak for me without my consent. So I want to tell you some things that when people say they're not speaking for me when they claim to speak for the residents of Kyle. If people claim that the Kyle 2022 road bond is bad for Kyle, those people don't speak for me. If people try to claim that a moratorium is realistic here in Kyle, those people do not speak for me. Under new laws effective September 1st, cities can only have a total of 180 days of a moratorium, and then there is a 2-year cooling off period. And before that moratorium can even happen, there is an arduous notice process. So if people are up here saying the people of Kyle want a moratorium, those people don't speak for me. If people up here say that the Kyle 2022 road bond actually failed because of people who did not vote in the election at all, those people do not speak for me. If we judged elections by people who did not vote in them at all, almost no election would ever happen. Nobody here would have their seats if you required an absolute 50% majority of registered voters. That's just not a way any election is counted. If people here say that the city has an ability to regulate things in its ETJ, those people do not speak for me. I want to urge council to focus on clear, honest communication. We can disagree with each other, but respect each other's positions. I have publicly disagreed with council up here on the dais to all of you. And so with that, I say I urge the city to take realistic, concrete steps to try to ease our growing pains, but also realize that the state of Texas, the legislature, and Governor Abbott have taken away a lot of our ability to control things locally. Every session, things get worse for cities, and tools in our tool belt are taken away. And so rather than just digging our heels and saying no and ending up in lawsuits or giving residents unrealistic expectations about what can be done, I encourage the city to work with people who want to develop their land and make that development work for the city by developing roads and making sure that we have sustainable water use. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, those are all the forms that I have in front of me. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak? Thank you. Sarah Onken.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sarah Onken, and I serve on your Planning and Zoning Commission in seat 3. I'm here tonight to speak about item 39, which is the PUD zoning for the evening. City Point, I believe is the name. A few weeks ago, we had our meeting in the planning and zoning time, and there were some comments made by the developer that they had studied in a lot of detail the possibility of doing townhomes, that they had conversations with other builders who told them that the market doesn't support it right now. I think it's important that the city understands what did they study when they did that research, when was the data from, who were the other builders that they'd spoken with, were the projects comparable to this one? Did they have nearby retail? Did they have trails, open space, walkability? Just to make sure we're comparing apples and oranges before we give up on that. Another thought that came into my mind after our meeting was this is a multi-year project. They admitted as much during the meeting that they want to move quickly, but it will be something that takes multiple years to happen. And the priority is, of course, Cheva Pastrano Senior Parkway, and they have the affordable multifamily developer pretty far along in conversations, but the single-family portion of this might take some time to happen. So really the data that they have, assuming that they have data, may not even be relevant in a few years' time. So I would encourage council to build into the PUD a minimum for townhomes. This area is not consistent with our comprehensive plan if it's built out with just single-family homes, specifically detached single-family homes. So I would encourage y'all to find a way to really bake into this that we need to have the mix of housing types in order to satisfy our comprehensive plan. And I had a thought, now I don't know where it went. Golly. But anyway, I think we need to have a mix of these types of things. And, oh, there it is, it's back. Don't giggle, you're gonna mess me up. In the future, if this no longer works, because we have more data and we know what's actually happening on the ground in 2 or 3 years' time when they're ready to start building out this part of the process, they can come back, they can ask for an amendment, but why are we compromising now on our comprehensive plan when we don't even know for a fact what people are going to want in a few years' time? So my last comment with 11 seconds left is I noticed the development agreement still has artificial turf included in P&Z. We had recommended to council that y'all take that out completely, but you didn't, and I would like to know why. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments. Citizen comments is now closed. Next up is agenda item number 2, agenda order. Is there anyone who wishes to move any item around on the agenda? All right, seeing none, we're going to go to reports and presentations. A proclamation recognizing World Homeless Day. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. Whereas October 10th marks the annual observance of World Homeless Day, a global day dedicated to raising awareness about homelessness and advocating for solutions to this critical issue. And whereas homelessness impacts individuals and families across the globe, affecting approximately 150 million people across the world, including an estimated 771,480 people in the United States, which includes an estimated 27,987 people in Texas. And whereas the City of Kyle recognizes the inherent right of all individuals to safe, stable, and affordable housing, whereas the City of Kyle is committed to working with their community partners to address the needs of those experiencing homelessness and to explore and implement effective strategies to prevent and end homelessness in their community, such as coordinating a collaborative plan of action with the Homeless Coalition of Hays County, developing affordable housing, and advocating for policies that support a path to stable housing for all. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the City of Kyle Council that October 10th, 2025 be recognized as World Homeless Day in Kyle, and the City Council encourages all residents to learn more about the challenges of homelessness, consider ways to support local organizations, to end homelessness, and to advocate for policies and programs to promote stable housing and dignity for all members of our community.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have anything that they wish to add on that proclamation? All right. Seeing none, we're going to go to the next item is a proclamation recognizing Domestic Violence Awareness Month. This is Councilmembers Rizzo and Harris.
Thank you. I'm going to read out the proclamation and then have some little comment. City of Kyle City Council proclamation. Whereas crime of domestic violence violates the basic human rights of safety and dignity, and 205 Texans were killed in an intimate partner homicide, including 179 women and 26 men. And the problem of domestic violence is not confined to any group of people, but cut across all economic, racial, genders, and society barriers. And the impact of domestic violence and teen dating violence directly affect individuals and communities when society ignores or tolerates violence in any relationship. And whereas last year, HCWC provided face-to-face services to over 1,165 local victims of domestic violence and provided 6,693 days of shelter. And whereas last year, Hayes Caldwell Women's Center provided these direct services to 209 victims from the city of Kyle. Now therefore, I, Robert Rizzo, by virtue, and Dr. Laura Lee Harris, by virtue of authority vested in me and the City Council, Member District 2 of City of Kyle, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and call upon the people of Kyle to work together with Hayes Caldwell Women's Center and local partners to bring an end to domestic violence. In testimony, wherefore, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Kyle, Texas to be affixed on this 8th day of October 2025. And I just to say something really quick is that, as a youth minister, I always saw, those disturbing signs of teenagers when they were coming into our parish, and they talked about some of the relationships they were in, and almost felt like sometimes the kids felt like they were married or something. It was kind of scary to see sometimes, and sometimes people just need someone to talk to. Kids, please reach out to a professional if you see this in your community. Anyone that's there's signs everywhere in the community. Just make sure you're aware of the signs, know what the resources are, and make that important call. Sometimes it's maybe life or death, so you just never know. But with that being said, we've got Melissa Rodriguez here, and who's here with you, Melissa? Cool. Like to bring her forward.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and City Council, and thank you, Dr. Harris and Mr. Rizzo for sponsoring our proclamation. I also would be remiss to not also recognize the importance of the proclamation right before, which is World Homeless Day. It's often a misperception that domestic violence is also connected to homelessness. As mentioned in the proclamation, our shelter is often where we serve that pocket of homelessness, and it actually is the leading cause of homelessness for women is domestic violence. I also have community partners here. Lisa was going to say a few words about World Homeless Day.
That was my proclamation. I'm chair of the Homeless Coalition.
Oh.
But you finish up, and then I do have a couple things.
Yes, so back to our work together, I would like to extend my deep gratitude to the city for giving funding to HCWC. And one of the interesting things as we were pulling numbers, two things I wanted to point out, 33% increase of family violence for Kyle residents has happened this past year, which is unfortunate, but good that we have these services, right? And that we have the commitment from the city. The other interesting number to share with you that 21% of our total annual budget goes towards serving Kyle residents. That's over $1 million of our funding resources that go towards providing services for family violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and child abuse. So I would like to just reassure the Kyle residents that the money that is being invested is being utilized, and we're leveraging our resources in every way possible, which right now is the most critical period of time for us as we're facing some financial struggles, unfortunately. But we appreciate the support from the city and wanted to thank you all personally for that. So thank you so much.
Anybody else?
All right, does anybody have anything they want to add? Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilmember Jay.
Yeah, I just want to thank Melissa, all the work that you guys do. I saw it firsthand a couple years ago on site, and that's, I think the service that you provide to our community, the service that you provide to the support services you provide to our police department when they respond to calls and victim services. There is no amount of words that can describe the importance that has on the victims and children who are also affected. And when you think of how easily affected children are by trauma, I can't think of a better thing to stand up and fight for than the funding that goes to your organization. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Zuniga.
Yes, thank you, Lisa and Melissa. Yeah, very important proclamations to recognize that there's a need that people, homelessness or domestic violence, that these things impact our community. And so we have to help each other as neighbors. And as Councilmember Rizzo said, look for the signs if you see someone's in trouble and try to get them help because, we're here to help each other, to serve, right? And we all have to have each other's best interest in mind. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are we able to
Lisa,
do a
do you
quick
want to
picture
go?
before
Sure,
Lisa
of
comes
course,
up? Okay,
absolutely.
cool. Yes. Okay. Not the- yeah, wrong thing. Will you- Yes, I also wanted to recognize Pillows for Peace here. You guys, they have saved us a lot of money, I will say, with all the.
Okay, I'll lower that down. Sometimes it's in the way.
Yes. Well, I took a bunch. She can pick whichever one she looks best in. Well, briefly, and thanks, Melissa, for calling me out, because I was like, man, I hate to be over at a council meeting and not get to mouth off, right? And I apologize. I'm the co-chair of the Hayes County Homeless Coalition. The Women's Center, Unforgettable Family Friends, they're all members of that coalition. Very much a group effort. One thing that Melissa and I were just visiting about right before the meeting started was that I don't think every citizen knows how closely all of these agencies work together. Not only are we friends, but we're partners in many ways, really trying to reach out to the most vulnerable and people who are suffering. We've seen a lot of progress in the county, specifically in Kyle, around the issue of homelessness in the last couple of years. In fact, tomorrow, right ahead of World Homeless Day, the coalition, in conjunction with the city manager's office, will be hosting a lunch and learn panel with the elected officials and agency heads to further educate the public on that. And I'll be there. I'm thrilled to go to that. But there's always more work to be done. And one thing that I have heard tonight that I found concerning and disappointing was the woman who spoke about the new proposed library changes and rules. We do consistently have comments from our food bank clients. Most of you know I'm also the executive director of the food bank. We hear reports from them all the time that they are kicked out of the library. Our low-income people are people who are getting our most basic level of food assistance, which is people with the lowest kitchen access, including our homeless and unhoused population. We do hear that from the library. We do not get a lot of cooperation from that department in food distribution. So a little bit of a downer, but I wanted to just put that in your ear as you go into that session. In food bank news, last time I was here, I was shaking boxes of Cheerios at you with my whole family. And because September was Wake Up Hayes County, where we were asking the public to donate cereal. And I would just like to end on a happier note by reporting that we got over 15,000 bowls of cereal from that. So thank you so much, and thank you for always helping to get the word out about these things. They really are meaningful to us and to the people that we serve. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Lisa, can I give you the proclamation?
Just quick, Lisa, who was the biggest contributor? Can we say it or not?
The biggest contributor, hard to say. Kyle Area Senior Zone was definitely the biggest one from Kyle.
Okay.
That is for sure.
Good job, seniors.
Ooh, it was 550 pounds. And we got, it actually, even after it ended, another 81 pounds came from another place. The San Marcos School District ran a contest. So them aggregated was probably the biggest donor.
Got notification today, I have 2 more boxes of cereals.
Well, I have all your bags. Yes, I'll come by. It is nice.
We're not gonna let you take this pick alone.
Oops. It's flying off the shelves. People love it.
All right, next up is a proclamation recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month. Councilmember Zuniga.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, before I start, just like to say a few words about Hispanic Heritage Month. We know the value of celebrating all different cultures and the significance of Hispanic Americans. Now more than ever, it's important for all of us to support our Latino communities and keep a message of optimism, encouragement, love, and progress for everyone in our city. The theme for this year was the collective heritage, honoring the past, and inspiring the future. And this last weekend, I'd like to thank our city staff and council members who were there. We had Peace and Progress at the library. We had a poetry event, mariachis, and ballet. That was a really wonderful, beautiful performances. So these community events were very inviting, and they benefited everyone who was there and people who watched online or read about it later. So they're good opportunities for everyone to learn about the backgrounds and awareness. So, City Council proclamation, whereas Hispanic heritage is American heritage and Latinos are a diverse, growing, and influential community contributing culturally, economically, and politically while maintaining strong multi-generational ties to their heritage. And whereas each year Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month by celebrating the histories, culture, contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central, and South America. And whereas Hispanic and Latinos were present in regions that are now part of the United States centuries before the American War of Independence, evident by their fighting alongside the colonial military and contributions in the American Revolution. And Hispanic soldiers have served in every major U.S. conflict. And whereas the observance of Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th through October 15th provides an opportunity to honor and reflect upon the achievements, the history, and the cultural contributions of Hispanic Americans. Whereas Hispanic Americans are vital part of the workforce, they contribute to agriculture, construction, healthcare, education, service industries, and technology. Hispanics are entrepreneurs, fueling the U.S. job creation. They're innovators in scientific fields, engineers and business leaders in technology, medicine, and advanced industries. And whereas despite facing challenges such as economic barriers, education gaps, and immigration-related uncertainties, Hispanic Americans embody the American dream by their determination, resilience, and work values, established by strength from family, community networks, and cultural heritage to create opportunities for themselves and future generations. And whereas Hispanic Americans are essential to the past, to the present, and the future of the United States, continuing to build and defend the nation, shape its culture and identity, and expand political and civic engagement. With resilience, perseverance, social mobility, and continued gains in higher education, Hispanic Americans will realize their full potential and will forever embrace their history with preservation and pride, driving the next chapter of the American story. Now, therefore, I, Miguel Zuniga, Councilmember, District 3 of the City of Kyle, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 2025 as Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Kyle, and we encourage all residents, organizations, and businesses and schools to celebrate and honor achievements, contributions, and culture of Hispanic Americans. So, thank you, guys.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Does anybody have anything they want to add to that? Councilman Rizzo.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the proclamations, Council Member Zuniga. It's really important. One of the things that's really important is to remember and preserve our Hispanic history and our heritage. Sometimes it's forgotten. It's not really taught in schools, and it's something that's really important. Get to know the history of your community as a whole, not just one side, but all sides of the history. Everyone that contributed to a city, the building of it, the foundations, the legacies is important. And speaking within legacy and history, this I'd like to invite the community to this on the 25th of October at 11 a.m. We're going to have the historical marker for San Vicente Cemetery. It's going to be the unveiling of the marker. It's a Hispanic cemetery here in Kyle, and I'm hoping that the community will come out and join us and be a part of this event. And it's really important knowing who we are as a city and who all contributed. It's really important. So making sure that we come out and learn a little bit about our history is important. Spanish, especially some of the forgotten history, the Hispanic history is really important. So please come on out. It's going to be October 25th at 11 a.m. San Vicente Cemetery on Stagecoach Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have anything to say or to add to it? I just want to actually remind something that Councilman Rizzo brought up when he proposed naming Paula Alvarez to the street that ultimately went to Mr. Pastrana Sr. She was the first Hispanic female council member. She was also elected with two other colleagues, Sam Tenorio and Ruben Regalado, three in 1977 in the city, and the paper called it a significant milestone and a change just culturally, I think, in terms of the integration of different groups who are represented in this community participating in and having a voice in that local government. And so they were pioneers at that time. And a lot of, I've served with very many Hispanic council members and colleagues, and that group did pave the way. And so it's pretty neat to see the development of our community over a long period of time. The article itself is actually kind of funny. You should go find a 1977 article. You'll be impressed with how far we've come as a community. Does anybody have anything else that they want to say? All right. We're going to move on to agenda item number 6, receive a report, hold a discussion, provide staff direction regarding the Uber Kyle 314 program review. Mr. Trimble.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation and Public Works. And tonight, we're going to be providing a briefing of the Kyle 314 rideshare review. As you recall, Council back in February approved the contract for the study to look at improved management and effectiveness options for the program. And so over that time, over the last several months, the Goodman Corporation has been doing their data analysis and their research, and they've been compiling that, and tonight they have some of the preliminary findings that they're coming up with. We're also in our public engagement phase, so they'd also like to get some feedback from you as part of that, so you have your insights as well as they're developing their recommendations going forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Robert McHaney with the Goodman Corporation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Robert McHaney. I am the Chief of Integrated Planning at the Goodman Corporation. I've been practicing transportation planning in Texas for almost 24 years now, or yeah, 2 decades, I guess. That would be 24 years. So 24 years, or 2 decades. Anyhow, why we're here today to talk to y'all was discuss the key findings to the program and success, understand your guys' vision. So really what we want to hear today is part of the public engagement process is to hear from the public and from y'all and key stakeholders and focus groups. And so that's what this event here is for. Collect council feedback to help inform the recommendations. We won't have any recommendations for you tonight. We will come back and have recommendations. Here we go, in January timeframe. So this is the study schedule. We shared this last time, I think in July, August timeframe. We've done all the data gathering. We've completed field audits. So we've gone out and tested the system, et cetera, stress tested the system, done some public engagement material development. We've looked at regional and local demand analysis, which we'll share here in a little bit. We'll also, we're right now developing the program goals and objectives. This is really, really important for us because it will guide our recommendations of what we hear from the community and what we hear from y'all, and also from the technical work that we're doing now. And then through the next phase, October through January, we'll be developing the strategies and refining those recommendations and coming back with a draft plan. Okay, key findings. So this is really the chart right here. If you guys are looking at one slide through this presentation, this is the envy of the town. Kyle is again the talk of the industry for moving people, right? We can say public transit, you can say transit, but really what we're talking about is moving someone from point A to point B. This chart's really impressive, you guys. 20% year-over-year growth. That comes with success. I know it also comes with challenges, right? And we understand that. But that success of this program, most transit agencies are pre-COVID, they were running at about a 2% increase every year, if that, or even a decline. If you search, public transit ridership, you're gonna see 20% increase, but you're seeing that number because it was COVID and then the bounce back. But typically what we're seeing for transit is 1 to 2%. So I would say this chart right here is really impressive when we put this together. Your program usage is increasing. This is not a surprise to anyone. I think you guys have talked about this at previous meetings, but it is something that we need to work with within the bounds of the recommendations that we'll be making. So the next key data is the program ridership trends. This is a really also important graph. Both of these are, because you kind of have to work within the bounds of your ridership, right? You've got increasing ridership, and then this chart here shows us the peak usage is between 3 and 5. But what's really important about this, and we'll talk about this because I'm going to present 3 other options that you guys could look at for public transportation or transit. And 42% of the trips occur outside of the 7 to 7 Monday through Friday. This is really important because if you think about how you're going to serve your community, if you were to serve it with a different system, you would need to run that different system outside of those traditional hours. And what that means is an increased cost, if you will. So the next couple slides, I'm going to talk about the different systems that we had looked at. We've looked at commuter bus, microtransit, et cetera. But I do want to pause here and just say that, if you have any questions on any of these slides, feel free to, or comments, feel free to jump in. And at the end, we do have some prompting questions as well. So I will pause for just a second if there's any questions on these 2 slides. Great. Okay, so the first one we looked at was commuter bus. This was something that was part of our scope of work, and the commuter bus would go from Kyle to UT or to downtown or to various centers across the region. That's what a commuter bus would typically be. A motor coach. It's typically 50 passengers. Has Wi-Fi, nice big seats. You might have seen them through the Cap Metro or the VIA system. Some of these commuter buses. Now, we did a much more detailed analysis than this one slide, but given our time here, we're just going to talk a little bit about the key findings. You typically need about 2 to 3 trips at a minimum for commuter bus for a city your guys' size, right? So 2 to 3 minimum. Some folks will say, well, your demand was, maybe 40 passengers and we could serve that on one trip. The challenge is that you can't really go there's different times that people want to go to their work or to school or et cetera. The commuter bus typically captures about 5% of all the auto trips. So this is how we do the demand analysis. We look at all the trip movements, all the auto trip movements from Kyle from a capture area to a destination area. Now, I-35 may look really busy, and folks will say, oh, there's a lot of trips between Kyle and so forth. But you got to remember, a bus is only going to go to a very specific spot, right? You have trips that may be moving from Kyle to other parts of the region, but they're not going from Kyle to a very specific spot that you can get off a bus and then walk to your destination or use a first last mile. When we did all the analysis, we found that the ridership projections are just really low. They're low from Kyle to these key regional destinations. I know it says Texas State College. Last time it was Texas State College was I looked it up, I think it was 1968. So we will fix that on this map next time you see it. The projected annual cost on this, we're talking about $780,000, maybe $1 million, depending on how many FTEs it takes. Also, that $300 an hour that includes the capital of the bus. So you can own buses or not own buses in these different scenarios, et cetera. But just you can bank on about $300 an hour, 10 hours a day, 2 to 3 trips. You're looking at about $800,000 for a commuter bus for very low ridership. You're talking probably, maybe 10 to 20 passengers per bus in each run. Great. Next one is fixed route. So this is a system that some communities have chosen. This was traditional. Fixed route's really kind of a traditional system. It's a fixed bus that goes on a route, along one roadway back and forth. I'm sure you guys have probably seen fixed route buses. You need a minimum of 60-minute headways. That means the bus is coming every 60 minutes. And that's really even, I would say probably more like 30. The best is 10, right? But obviously that would be quite expensive, and you're going to see that in more dense areas. You'll also, in order for fixed route to be feasible, you really need, and this has dating back to really the 70s and the 80s, and lots of research, empirical research on this. You need 4.5 dwelling units per acre. That's just the minimum on the residential, and you need 3 million square feet of commercial, retail, office along the route itself. So we tested a few different routes here in the city of Kyle, and not one of those routes met the minimum densities for a fixed route. That was not a surprise to us. We kind of knew that, but we also wanted to fact check it with data. But if you were to want to do a fixed route, it's about $100 an hour to run fixed route. You would not own the vehicles at $100 an hour. If you own the vehicles, those vehicles are $500,000 a piece, and it would be about $60 to $75 an hour. 45 hours per day, you're looking at about a $1.2 million program, up to maybe $1.8 million, something like that, for a fixed route system. Okay, so the other service that is very close to the Uber 314 program that you've probably heard when you've done some research on different programs is called microtransit. Microtransit is an on-demand, typically city-operated service, and it typically has bus wraps that say, City of Kyle, it's the same drivers. City of Round Rock runs microtransit. Lockhart has some microtransit. So there are a lot of communities in the Central Texas region that have chosen this model. You can run this in-house. You can contract with or without vehicles. And of course, that gives you a different cost measure depending on which way you would go on this. 20-minute wait times are recommended. That means with a 20-minute wait time, when you order your microtransit bus, it's a bus, not necessarily an Uber car, that you're waiting no longer than 20 minutes. You can go curb to curb, you can go door to door, et cetera. There's a lot of different permutations of this, but in general, it's probably the closest model to the 314 program because it's on demand, 20-minute wait, et cetera. We did a demand projection of this, and you're looking at about 50,000 annual trips for this, which is very similar to the Uber 314 program, sitting at about 60, maybe 65,000 trips a year. This is $85 an hour to operate. Lots of what we in the industry call deadhead. So there's a lot of times where the trips are just not being used, so you're still paying for that hour, which is much different than the Uber 314 program, where the trip starts and then the trip ends when the passenger gets in and out. So something to think about there. 90 hours per day, you're looking at about a $2 million program for microtransit. I would say that's minimum to serve this area. It's a really big area, so maybe even more in the 2.5 range. At least 2 FTEs. This program gets a little bit more complex. Some of the things folks will ask some council, we've given this presentation to some other councils, and they ask, well, what's the big difference? And the big difference is that, they're your drivers, they're your vehicles, they really end up, a lot of times they end up being city staff, right? And so you have a little bit more, I would say, control over the drivers, the vehicles, et cetera, in this program versus the Uber 314 program. So I'll pause there because I'm going to move on to the peer review. Any questions on those three different types of feasibility analysis that we did?
My only question actually would be on the last microtransit program. You quoted it 2.5 million in the two FTEs. Is your, you said that, what kind of ridership does that get us? Is that comparable to what our program gets?
Very comparable. Yeah, okay. Very comparable. It's going to be less, and that's because it's a traditional bus, and some folks are privy to taking an Uber than a bus, so it'll go down. Like right now, you're sitting at about 60,000 probably this year, maybe 65, and this will be about 50. So I think you're looking at maybe 10-15% less ridership, but still a strong ridership.
Okay.
Yeah, but the difference is the price. I mean, 2 million to 60,000. I mean, it's a no-brainer. What's more cost-effective? One of the things I talked about going back to the transit for bus to Austin. So the commuter transit. Mm-hmm. Can we go back to that real quick? One more. No, that's it right there. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're looking at 2-3 trips per day. And how would we predict where we're going? I mean, what's the biggest demand for that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So what we did is we looked at cell phone data and trip data, right? And so the cell phone data will tell us from a zone to a zone, and we looked at trip movements of where the most concentrated trips are traveling from Kyle or to Kyle, right? And what we saw was Texas State, UT campus, downtown, and the airport. Those were really your big regional destinations. There are folks going to Wimberley and other places, but if you want to get a concentration.
The bigger.
To put it in perspective, you really need about a minimum of 3,000 daily trips going from a capture zone to a destination zone. And this is where kind of the understanding of commuter bus comes in. So a lot of folks will be like, well, there's a lot of folks going to Austin. Well, Austin's a big city, right? But are there a lot of folks going to a spot where they can walk how far are you willing to walk after you get off a bus, right? Most folks, it's 2-3 blocks. And then what ends up happening is they say, we'll hear, well, can you connect into maybe the VIA system? And then that's called a 2-seat ride. You lose 50% of your ridership when you ask folks to do a 2-seat ride. So then it goes down further, if that makes sense. And right now you guys are looking at about maybe like 500 trips from those zones to downtown. And not, so well short of the 3,000 kind of minimum threshold to make it financially probably feasible. Where you're looking at, probably $300-400 a trip per person on a commuter bus.
And you're probably going to need more buses because, when you look at the traffic and how difficult it is to get into Austin during the rush hour.
That's correct.
In order to get those trips, you're looking at more buses because you won't be able to do it with one bus. You're not going to make it there in time and be back for the route again. You're going to have more buses. So
correct.
These costs are probably maybe under-capturing what the total revenue is a little bit.
Yeah, it could, especially if you want to go south.
You got to take all that into account, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so if you want to go north or south, I mean, we're giving you kind of bare minimum costs. We knew this.
Yeah.
This really is, from a consultant standpoint, we would say this is not financially, advisable or effective. And so, that's why we were kind of like, well, we didn't invest a bunch more time into route planning because we knew. And you'd be route planning empty buses.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is it's not affordable. That's
right.
The biggest thing for a city. When you're looking at what's affordable as a city, this is not one of the options you're looking at with the construction. Maybe 10 years from now when the HOV lanes are in on I-35, but really, are they going to be enough? We don't know. The growth in the area could already have those lanes spoken for, so you just don't know. It's probably not the feasible way to look at this. So but I'm saying this for the viewing public, making sure they know, because people have asked me about bus systems, but this is why I know the county's looking at a bus system as well. But look at the numbers, look at the costs, and what's more affordable for a city. You don't want to price out the people you're trying to put on the bus, and that's important.
Yeah, of course. Okay. So this chart here is our peer review. We looked at various peers that run TNC partnership, demand response, which is a type of, you call and it's more like a 24-hour advance. So it's similar to microtransit, and then microtransit. And what we found here is that Kyle outperforms its peers across all of the key performance indicators. That's why y'all have become the talk of the town on this program. As you can see to the right here, the difference is your peer average for cost per hour is $135. You guys are at $43 an hour, cost per mile, et cetera, and you can see the chart here. And so this is really driven by low operating costs and strong ridership. And that's and also the maturity of the program. I think Pflugerville and Wiley will likely catch up to this as time goes on, as their ridership increases and the program becomes more aware. Those are fairly new programs, a year or two in, and y'all are in 5 years in. So next is engagement. We've engaged, we've had a couple events now, we've come to some pop-up events, et cetera, and talked to lots of folks, and we have 400 plus survey responses. Mostly positive feedback. You know, we're seeing folks saying within this feedback of the folks that we've interacted with, increased funding for the program, requested more destinations, of course. Common uses, I think this is really important for the study because I know we get some questions of like, what are folks using this for? And what we're seeing is work, medical, shopping, and errands, which surprised me because I thought we might see some restaurants in here and so forth, but we're not seeing that as much as one might think. The WAVE program, which is the wheelchair accessible vehicles, work, and medical appointments. Also, we have an interactive jar at these events, and so we ask folks to place coins in, you know, kind of making trade-off decisions like you all have to make. And what we see is expand the number of destinations for Beyond Kyle. That's what we're seeing as the number one, and change the cost for seniors or disabled, excuse me. We have 2 more focus groups, you know, meeting with y'all, and then the Kyle Senior Zone. We're gonna meet with those folks, and then do some HOA presidents and members of HOAs. So we have a bit more to go. The survey is open until October 31st. Everybody, survey's open until October 31st. We'd love to hit 500 survey respondents. That'd be great. And so next is council vision and feedback. And so this was an opportunity for y'all to either, you know, ask me questions or provide some feedback. If you have any feedback, you know, what do you feel is the current state? What's working well? What would you change? We don't have to go down through all of these, just something, you know, maybe just generally. A couple of things that would really help us is, you know, what's really important to y'all? You know, is usage important, or is, you know, serving specific populations important, which would also have, you know, different recommendations that kind of come out of those, your vision of this program.
Mayor?
Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, just to finish up, I just want to say, yeah, I really appreciate you going out. Like really good numbers. If you could hit 500, we get 600, be great. Yeah. We just got a little bit of time left on the survey, but I do want to talk about, you know, when we're looking, what we're looking to serve. For me as a council member, I think our senior population is something that's really important to me. I sit down for lunch with them as much as possible, and one of the things they talk about is accessibility, especially with the new senior center going online. Is it going to be a little further out? Making sure we have a discount for those that want to be there. Look, it's mental health, right? It's health in general for the seniors. Lots of them are home alone, and when they can get out and be with other seniors, be with other people, and have that engagement, it's real important for their mental health and health in general. So it's something I would like to see us explore as a city, making sure whether it's a free ride or really reduced ride is important for me, making sure we can get them to where they need to be when it comes to their health. The other thing I'd like to see is the program just continue to expand, see the parameters expand a little bit into our ETJs, making sure we have a little bit more. I'd love to see the county, if they're watching, to make sure, start taking note and see what they can do for their ETJs as well. I think this is a great program. It's working well. It's affordable, and that's what I love about it. It's an affordable program for our residents. It's not pricing people out of their homes, so it's something I really care about. It's this Uber program, and not because I was a part of the council that put it together, but I want to give people credit of the council members that were there as well. But I think it's a great program. I think the residents really, when I'm out in the community, they talk highly about it, so it's really great. So I just wanted to say that.
Additional comments? Councilmember McKinney.
Yeah, I want to reiterate that I hear a lot of the same positive feedback, and I will say, early on, I was not a supporter of this at all, but I'm big enough to admit I was wrong. It's become incredibly popular. I thought that this was going to be a colossal waste of money, and And the numbers, the facts prove completely otherwise. I'll also point out that on your little heat chart about the times of days that people are used, there was a couple of times that kind of jumped out at me, and it's, Friday and Saturday nights between 11 and 1 a.m., there were about 253, 279 riders. And I have to imagine there was probably a percentage of those people we did not want behind the wheel.
Yeah.
And I'm completely convinced that at least one life is saved because of this program. I'm a huge fan of it. I want to see it continue and expand, but still be affordable for everybody.
Additional thoughts? Have you done, I'm not sure exactly what some of the other communities are doing, but several ideas come to mind because I know that we're up against a sort of a budget constraint in the sense that as our program is growing, and it is obviously clearly the most efficient, affordable program that's out there right now, it's still being highly used, and it should be noted, not marketed. I mean, almost not marketed at all. It's all organic, natural growth driven by the success of the program, which is the program's to be commended for that. But if we think about just adding services or adding territory or trying to increase usage over time, even we are a small town, it's gonna eat up more and more of the budget. And so I'm not sure what the priority for the council moving forward should be and where that number that we want to try and set, which again is another kind of interesting thing. We get to set the budget as opposed to be told what our budget is by another entity like Cap Metro. There's so much flexibility is my point. But I guess my question is it extend to the ETJ or is it focus on students and get, there's, as the technology increases for there being more access, we have a lot of problems right now with our kids getting to school as the state gives, takes away bus services. Or is it events, for example, when we have a big rush and parking issues, every parking spot we can keep, is there a benefit to marketing, specifically the UBA program as a catalyst for trying to get people to our events? And then also, could there be situations where we're trying to partner with outside organizations like, for example, Texas State, if we have students who live here, maybe, that want to get, like that was the number one feedback is additional destinations. Well, it's probably not a financially smart thing for the city of Kyle to pay for Texas State students who live in Kyle to get to Texas State, but Texas State might have an interest in partnering with us on a program that allows for students to get to Texas State. And so my question is, I know you're not the one doing the program, you're doing this analysis, but have there been those kinds of discussions at other cities? And what has been that kind of feedback? And then also, are these kind of things that I'm talking about part of the feedback that you have received in terms of expanding the program? And then I will only add one last thing, and that is, if we do those kind of things, the question for the council is, do we want to try potentially curtail some of the demand by increasing the amount of participation that our community has to use? Like instead of it being $3, maybe it's 50/50 or $4 or something like that. Have them pay a little more, which has an effect on demand. So those are a lot of things, but go for it.
Yeah, I'll try to break it down a little bit. The first one is, yes, many communities have looked at, because one of the challenges of this program and microtransit, very similar program. Microtransit really kind of came first, if you will, in the design of on-demand transit, is that it's very difficult to put a cap on the program if it becomes successful. There have been other programs that or other cities that have experienced this, where you've seen, pretty rapid growth, and then all of a sudden they look at the budget like, well, this is growing at a rapid pace. But that is because the program has been successful, right? It's successfully used. And then at that point, there's been a lot of discussion on certain demographics or students or populations or whatever to kind of cap the program or to change the pricing structure, right? The pricing structure is called a demand elasticity index for that. And so, there's probably some wiggle room there of increasing the fare to then, kind of see what the demand does. et cetera. So I think that, yes, to answer your question, yes, the challenges with that on the backside of that is that you now have more staff time that's going to be needed to do enforcement or to do verifications. And then how do you do the verifications, right? I think that's the other piece. And then you'll have another piece with the vendor, in this case Uber, where there'd be an additional verification of saying, hey, I'm a student or I'm a user, or the city is then providing only vouchers to the folks that have been verified, which just adds another layer of complexity. So most cities have said, you know what, we're just going to provide it to who needs it, or they cap the amount of vouchers, first come, first serve. There's some of that, or they limit the zone. They'll say, you know what, we're only going to serve a certain zone, right? So at some point, yes, if you wanted to limit the amount of funds that go towards this program, there needs to be some sort of either cost sharing change or some sort of capping of whether it's demographic, population, et cetera. The cities that are looking at the Uber program have not gone down that route as of yet. They're still just, it's kind of open to everybody. Could limit the hours as well. That's another, and each one of these are policy decisions that the council would need to, I mean, the council member here was like, hey, I like these folks, this may have saved a life, which would make the program absolutely worth it, right? And so, each one of those comes with a little bit of, and we'll come back with some recommendations. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I'm glad you said your last statement about the hours. I was wondering if that was possible. Can we get so into the tweaking of the program to be able to change rates based on the hours? Because your heat chart shows that basically the 8 a.m. and the 5 p.m. working commute, people who are, getting to the restaurant in order to work, wait tables or getting to jobs back and forth, they're using the program a lot, which again, it's a policy decision whether that's something we want to carve out and incentivize further, because that's a huge transportation solution that's being offered to our working community. I mean, that is clear that that's what's happening. But then, do we say at certain other hours, maybe it's going to be a little more expensive? We could, find out who's using for more recreational use at certain times, and then can we do that? Can we kind of?
I'm not for sure. I'd have to check with the vendor on that to see if it's doable. Do you know, Mike?
Yeah, the answer is yes. We can do that. As a matter of fact, we've had those conversations with Uber about the ability to basically kind of frame the program around certain times, certain days. And so they do have the ability to do that. But again, that would just be something we'd look at as part of the analysis.
And that's because of the Uber platform. The platform is so precise that it can, curtail anything we want to do with a grid or anything else that incorporates what we want to do with the program. But one of the things I want to just, if you're done, Mayor? Go ahead.
I can follow up with what you can.
I just want to say that it's something that I think that we could look at, because we haven't had an increase in this program since we started at 314. What was that, 4 years ago now? How long ago was it when we started? I don't even remember.
Pandemic.
It's been a while. Pandemic, yeah, 2021. So yeah, just we haven't had an increase. We did increase the trips to the airport, so it's something. But I think we could do some increases here and there, making sure we keep it low for the seniors. That would be important. But I think it's time. It's due. I mean, everything's gone up around us, and the ride, we're still incorporating a big expense on the city, but we could take it up a little bit. It's still beneficial for our residents. So something we can look at.
My thought for future discussions, I won't be here when it comes back, is to, initially we came up against a budget constraint, and if we run out of money, the proposal from staff was to just turn it off. And so when I look at this, and say, we've got folks who are commuting to work, we've got folks who are the reasons that they're using this program are really good, but if you take the program and just say, we're kind of just one size fits all, this is the way it is, and when you run out of money, the program just stops, and it's going to have, a real negative effect on the people who use it. And so the point I'm really trying to make is, if we thought more in terms of this program is very dynamic, and if we have somebody that is truly watching the program, who's engaged with what we're trying to accomplish, where we spend a little time dynamically trying to solve some of these, flesh out exactly how we want to use the program, not just in general, but specifically who we're trying to target and why. I think it would be to our benefit financially. I think we would save money and spend money more wisely over time if we engage long-term in some kind of management deal to have someone who is an expert in this program and can manage it long-term. So that's sort of kind of the point that I'm trying to make with all of this, is there's no limit to the amount of tweaks that can be made to make this more efficient of a program. But if we don't do any of that and just focus on a single number, then it's not going to be as efficient as it could be. So just something for y'all to think about moving forward. Councilmember Heiser and then Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Question, is there the ability to, or have you looked into whether or not the viability of people being able to reserve times, to have set times? I mean, if we're trying to make it more reliable for people to get to and from work, they have to be there at certain times. So I see the, the inconsistency of arrival times, of Uber arrival times to be, in conflict with somebody being able to use it reliably for transportation or work.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not for sure if you can reserve the time, but I know that the amount of supply, the benefit of this city, the amount of supply of Uber drivers, your wait time is pretty minimal compared to, compared maybe to a microtransit where it's 20 minutes or 30 minutes, right? That type of program is called a demand response program, where you would call in advance and you would reserve a time. I'm not for sure if Uber will allow for you to set a time and then a driver will pick you up. Typically, it's, order it like the traditional Uber. Do you know if they would do that?
Yeah, I believe you can schedule a ride for a given time if you want to get picked up at a certain time and you're estimating your time to your destination. I think you can schedule that in the Uber app, and that's just another level we can put.
But to my knowledge, it doesn't allow you to do that if you're using a voucher.
Right, that is not, that's my understanding as well.
So
So
can
we
we-
would need
can
to,
we
we
look
would need to
into
work
that?
with the vendor in order to set that parameter.
Okay, because I think if, again, and I love the program, this
Sure.
Councilmember McKinney was saying, I'm in the same boat. I was like, we need a bus system. And then I realized all the dead costs involved with a bus system. And so I'm on board with this, but if we're gonna be able to really say that this is a reasonable replacement for something that has more consistency, known consistency, then we need to be trying to push the boundary of what the platform will allow us to do if they, if they're open to it.
Sure. Yeah, and your guys' wait times are considerably low compared to a traditional transit system.
It's not about the wait
Yeah, yeah.
time. It's about knowing that
Yeah.
your ability to execute your job on time is completely out of your hands.
Sure.
And so anything we can do to make that easier would be fantastic. And then one other thing, as the mayor was saying earlier, we've sunk next to no money into the promotion of this program. Did you do any research into whether or not now is a viable time for us to be investing in the promotion of this program? Or are there certain things that we still need to solve for before we want to try to scale?
Yeah, that's one of the, awareness and understanding is the first bullet on the theme that's most important to the council. If that's important to the council, absolutely. I think anytime you promote a city service, especially a successful city service, right, you're gonna, I think everybody benefits, and your ridership will certainly go up with marketing. So, that's one of the other side to that policy discussion. If that's something that, if we're trying to kind of maybe limit ridership right now to cost control, then, organically it's grown quite nicely. But of course, if you were to market, you would certainly see increases in ridership.
Councilmember Harris.
When I was in Tarrant County, I started and ran for 5 years a microtransit service, door to door. What we did find was that the wait times could be inconsistent because they were shared ride. And the other thing that we did was limit it to elderly and disabled. But what we found was that we were truly saving lives. And it was a phenomenal service. We had 11 cities that we ran it through, and it worked really, really well. We did not have the advantage of having something like the Uber program. And the Uber program is so much more efficient and available to all. But I would note that on our times, yes, we have a lot of people going to and from work at specific times. But our elderly and disabled community are going different places, and they are not doing that during rush hour, during those 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. times. So I would hate for us to put any kind of a premium on the time. But if we're going to go up on premiums, I don't think our elderly community and disabled community and very low income will be able to afford it. If you're paying like $6.50, $7 a day, that is problematic
Well,
for many members of our community.
We can set prices for that as well. Maybe we have a platform or something that they can come in, get the reduced rate for our seniors.
Yeah.
So the platform that Uber has is really precise and can really, can almost do anything that
It's
we
a good
want to do to
program.
it. It's a great platform. So it's,
I mean, if we have geofencing, so we charge different prices. We allow someone to go to the Veterans Hospital in Austin for a discounted rate. We have the airport, which is a geofence to a very specific location. What's to say we couldn't, like, if we started thinking like, and again, we need some help with this, instead of just having the basics, which is what we did when we started the program, how about we have 20 different locations within the city of Kyle that have 20 different prices? And what I mean is, if we want to say, all right, if you're trying to get to your doctor's office, we charge one price. If you're trying to get to HEB, we charge one price. If you're trying to get to a bar, we charge a different price. What's to stop us from doing that, as opposed to just a simple flat fee, regardless of why the service is being used? We have the ability to tailor it very specifically to achieve certain outcomes. But in order to do that, we need someone who understands the capability of the program and someone who understands what we're trying to achieve and can offer us solutions. Mr. McCaney and their firm is about public engagement. It's about getting us feedback from the community and showing us what they want, and what they want is more options. But I'm not so sure that he's necessarily individually, or their firm is necessarily the long-term management solution, although they could be, but they would have to be in partnership with someone who could understand the program and be connected to Uber in particular in that platform. Councilor Tobias.
Why don't we team up with the district? Because I could tell you this right now, standing in line, picking up your daughter, you got a lot of those kids just waiting for their parents. That right there is a fresh new market. You're getting them at a very young age on how these programs work. And you can do something to where you can team up with the district, or you can just team up with the individual families themselves, to where you can get to that new market to where you'd have. I'm just thinking about this. Imagine at Lehman High School during that pickup line where you got all those kids are just waiting for their parents to pick them up. You had an Uber station on the opposite side of the campus. And that's exactly where all the cars would pick up those students. They can take them home that way. They can start learning how to use the Uber program, and they can also, the kids that stay after school at 5:30, 6:30 at night will have to, you've got that program set up there. Also tapping with the universities of that. If anybody's gone to the Texas State games, as soon as you walk out, go underneath the bridge, there is a line of Uber cars. People that just need to get to the university or get back on campus. So that could be another strategy to reach out and partner up with the university, have a separate account number, not use the their individual school ID number, but have a separate account number that we can partner up with Texas State or one of the colleges and use it for there. And we don't have to really use so much the voucher, but you can just go ahead and pay up front, like how we do with our Bobcat Bucks we do for my son. And then they can have those rides already prepaid for the month with their separate account number, to where you can just keep track of everything. And if they need to get a ride back to class from here to the university, that's one trip. But then the university then can work on saying, hey, how can we get more of our students back safely? You can promote that as well to get more traffic off the roads, but you can have that combined on that end. Just thinking outside the box on that end.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just on that note, I'm totally down to explore opportunities. I had a conversation with somebody involved with the Uber program last year maybe, and when I was substitute teaching in the district, I had talked to some teachers who told me that there were kids who who were kicked out of their schools, and they needed to go into Buda, into the school off 967,
Yeah,
and
Impact
they didn't
Building.
have transportation to get there, so they were not going to school. Like, they were literally staying home and not going to school because they had no way to get there. So those kids then became dropouts in school because the requirement from the district was for them to go to a different school. And that's not the district's fault necessarily, but there is a gap that could be solved for here with the district.
Your point is well taken, but if you think about Hayes High School and Barton, for example, those aren't actually in the city limits. And so, and we don't want to necessarily provide traffic, you know, from someone who potentially lives in Mountain City or Buda. We don't want to necessarily pay for their kids to get to school. But there are ways, I would think, to dynamically solve that. And we could potentially enter into an MOU as opposed to saying, hey, CISD, you've got to have your own Uber program. How about we manage a program or operate it and then have an MOU with them where there's a reimbursement back based on the
There you go.
subsidy of people getting to and from school? And maybe we don't say, look, it's going to be this solution for 5 days a week, but the most difficult thing for me is when I can't get there after school to pick up one of my kids because they have an after-school program, and it is extremely difficult. And if I could just use the Uber program to send them home, and verified where you get to watch them the whole way home on the app, and those kind of things are coming and or are already here. There's an incredible quality of life value, but the question should not just be, do we want to do the program, but how? And then also, what do we want to charge and how often? And we need someone to monitor it because we're not going to know right away, and we're going to want to dynamically be able to change those prices and add another school. Maybe IDEA or a charter school wants to use the same exact program. We could geofence IDEA, but you can see how now we're no longer a baby Uber program. As Robert says, we've matured, and now instead of just thinking, is this working? It clearly is. How do we make it better? And I just think we're going to need help.
That
with
becomes our mass transportation plan.
Correct, that's right. And it becomes extremely effective. And we start thinking creatively about all the different ways this program can be used to solve all kinds of problems dynamically. Customers.
And it's affordable. That's the biggest thing. I mean, when you're looking at about transportation, the conversations about affordability. Can the city afford it? Yes, we can now. If we implement all these policies, you know, I'm on the chair of the CapCog Clean Air Coalition, and right now we've got a program where we're incentivizing rideshare. So it's a program where several residents in the neighborhood can sign up. One person takes a week and they rideshare 4 kids, and they're incentivized for that. There's a lot of background checks that go on with it as well, but there's a couple of schools, one in Hayes, a couple in Austin, and a couple of other cities that we're doing a pilot program right now. So what are the possibilities of CADCOG jumping in on this as well? Those are state and federal dollars that maybe we can take advantage of. So just thinking outside the box and making sure we can capture everything we can to keep this program successful and moving forward.
Anyone else? I could keep going for like another hour on this topic. So, thank you,
Yeah,
Robert.
thank you all very
I
much.
appreciate the discussion. I guess my feedback to staff would be really just to, you know, sort of consider the excitement that's here and recognize that while in the first 5 years of this program, it was kind of a set it and forget it and let it grow organically. As we've reached the threshold of there starting to be budget constraints and considerations, we can no longer afford to just sort of like, what is this thing we're doing? Let's just keep it here with one lever to pull on or off. Would be to encourage the staff and the council to, in this coming year and in the years that follow, to fully engage, flesh out so that it can be something you can market without fear, and something that you can build and make your own. So that it's not just the thing that was here from before, but something that you're going to have your own stamp on. And I think if you do that, you'll find that we can not only are we the leader in the state of Texas, but we can continue to be the one who sets that direction. So that's my feedback. I hope y'all will consider it and engage. All right. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
All right, we have, next up is a consent agenda. I need to pull number 7. Councilor Heiser's requested to pull number 21. Did you have a different, another item as well that you wanted, Mayor Pro Tem?
Just 21.
All right, Councilor Harris?
23.
Mayor,
Hang on.
15, sir, if you don't mind, for clarification, that's all.
Okay.
I lost track on mine.
7, 15, 21.
Well, hang on, let's give him a second to get it before motions.
It was the one on the stagecoach.
Oh, that was Tobias, he just did. That's the Pape Dawson contract?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to approve of consent agenda items 7 through, I lost my place now.
7's pulled.
8.
I'm sorry, 8 through.
14.
What's the end, what's the
8
end
through
ones?
14.
No, hold on. Sorry, it's the last minute, hold on. Let me get here, sorry about that. Consent agenda items 8 through 29, excluding 15, 21, and 23.
All right.
Second.
Well, he said 8. That's good. Second on the motions. Motion by Councilor Rizzo, second by the mayor, that we approve agenda items 8 through 14, 16 through 20, 22, and 24 through 28, and 29. Is there discussion on that motion? We got it. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item number 7. Consider approval of a resolution appointing the Kyle Area Youth Advisory Council members for the 2025-2026 term. Ms. Scott.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm glad you pulled this. Thank you so much for doing that. There is an error in here on the list of our students that have applied that we would like to have you approve. And so I'll go through the whole presentation if you like, or just go to the students' names.
Go ahead.
Whole pres-
Either way, you can summarize if you'd like. I mean,
awesome.
we all love hearing from Kayak.
Yeah, they're a great group. So the Kyle Area Youth Advisory Council for 25-26 fiscal year. The background is it was created as a 16-member committee that consists of youth ages 14 to 18 enrolled in 9th through 12th grade levels and reside in the city limits or currently attend a high school in the Hayes CISD school district or live in the city and are homeschooled. This committee is known as the Kyle Area Youth Advisory Council, Kayak, shall be an advisory in nature and has been created for the purpose of providing a youthful point of view for the city council on community affairs and issues. This commission shall provide the opportunity for youth in the city of Kyle to learn about municipal government and to advise Kyle City Council from their perspective as a teen. So they hold their meetings monthly from September to May of each year. They will work to fulfill the following charge: assist and advise the city council on youth issues, conduct surveys and determine the concerns and interests of the Kyle youth, encourage the initiation of programs and general interests of the youth, encourage youth leadership and responsibility through volunteerism and community involvement, enlist the cooperation of all segments of the community involvement among youth of all cultures and background. So this year's Kayak has 8 reappointments, 8 new members, and 3 alternates, all outlined below. And the city council action is to review and appoint the following Kayak members. So if you will notice, Joshua Power is on here twice. My apologies. That should be Sophia Ramirez. So these were selected from the applications that we received, all of them. And then it's a nice distribution of 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders and homeschoolers and students from both schools, of the public schools. So we do have some reappointments, some new appointments, and some alternates. And we're excited to have our first meeting the first Wednesday of November. So Jennifer does have the corrected chart, if you will, and we will switch out those names in the corrected.
Okay.
So I apologize for that.
A motion to approve as stated by Ms. Scott and corrected.
Second.
All right, motion by the mayor, second by Mayor Pro Tem that we approve agenda item 7. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 6-0. All right, thank you. All right, next up is agenda item 15. Consider approval of the amendment number 2 to task order number 8 to Pape Dawson Consulting Engineers LLC for additional right-of-way data, survey, and design for the 2022 road bond program. Old Stagecoach Road North project in the amount of $120,690. This is Mr. Trimble's item. Mr. Tobias, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. Hey, yeah, thank you, Mr. Trimble, for responding back to me on the clarification. The email that I sent was basically, wanted clarification on the structure itself, the detention pond, and I was under the impression, or maybe thought, that this was going to interfere with the 6 residential homes that we've had conversations before. But if you could just clarify what this agenda item is, and as far as the detention pond itself.
Yes, Councilmember.
Thank you.
So this amendment really has to do with some additional work and analysis that Pate Dawson did with regards to Old Stagecoach Road North. And so this is the northern part of the project. This does not have to do with any physical detention ponds when we talked about detention pond relocation. This is about, we had the detention pond designed in one location on the north part, and then we had to realign that alignment of the detention pond. So it's all within the design. We're not impacting any current detention pond or relocating any detention pond or impacting any homes in that regard. This is just merely a design exercise, more or less, right now, so we can get the right-of-way that's needed correct, and update our plans. And so a lot of this work has to do with that. And they've had to do some adjustments. They've been asked to do some additional analysis, looking at verifying right-of-way lines, verifying easement locations. So a lot of that additional work, again, that's just part of what's part of this amendment.
Any other questions? Councilmember Zuniga.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, so I've been hearing from some residents that were concerned about this one. And I do have to bring up that it does look like we give a lot of consideration to the developer here to realign or redesign the detention pond. I don't know if it's getting relocated or resized. And then, to some landowners, we don't seem to give the same fairness in consideration. It's just moves to eminent domain and doesn't matter what side of a street is taken. So are we giving the same level of consideration to, on one hand, I understand that how important Stagecoach is, but are we weighing the same considerations to the landowners and some of these developments? Because it seems to me like something was designed, we're waiting, we're going back to work with them, and the schedule moves, but it's not moving, but it's moving, faster, where we just need to take from a landowner, one side of the street. And then wherever we take it from, we take it from. So people need to hear, why are we reconsidering here more of these changes and not so much on the property owner side? Because, from their point of view, they feel they're not getting the same.
Councilmember, yeah, so we run the same process with every property owner. Again, we have a pretty rigorous process that we need to follow in any of our right-of-way assessment and acquisition. And honestly, the best strategy for right-of-way is not to need it, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And, we definitely don't want to have any impacts on properties or to minimize those impacts. But when we do, we go through a pretty rigorous process, and we follow that process with every property owner in the same way. And so we're not, playing any favorites or doing a different process for a different property owner. Sometimes, though, when we go through our design, we may have to adjust something based on what we find out there in the field. If we're doing some analysis, for example, if we find utility conflicts, we may have to adjust a certain alignment of the roadway. Also, potentially, we might need to mitigate some issue that's out there. So that will be some of the adjustments we do. What we want to do is make sure we have a good a footprint and then a good survey of what we actually do need. So we are only looking at right-of-way for what's needed for the project and not trying to take anything more or take any action to purchase anything additional. So we try to take that care in that process, and that does require sometimes some adjustment, readjustment, and that's what this amendment it has in some of that included as well.
Thank you for that, Mike. It's the Stagecoach, so you have anything to add to this, Brian?
Yeah, so I think, again, this is Old Stagecoach North, so this is not related to the relocation of the tree to the south of that location. This alignment, as the council knows, changed on this roadway. We're using the existing alignment and then widening that roadway from essentially Six Creeks Boulevard all the way over to Veterans Drive. And that's necessitated some additional work related to that. This is a detention pond that's needed for drainage out of the roadway. And so we're working to make sure we have an adequate detention pond for that drainage that comes off of our roadway that we're constructing. So that's the work that's being done. It's not related to the other action of moving the tree and the other detention ponds that we discussed, I think back in February. It's been some months ago that we talked about. So it's two completely different issues. Hopefully that helps explain it. I know that's been conflated.
It
but
does.
it's not
I mean, you know, I understand how important it is to get the roads done. It costs money, and we try to work with everyone. It just appeared that there's a lot of considerations, but they're not intended. It's just that's the way that we're trying to move the timeline, and we're only taking what we need, as you said, Mr. Timmer.
And I don't think there's considerations there, because we have state policies that we have to follow as cities.
Right.
I think what it is that we, as projects change and develop, sometimes you have those changes in there. Like Mike was alluding to, like the utilities, maybe there's something in that area that we have to go around or relocate. So there are things, but no, the other pond in question that Brian was talking about, that one was done pre-Atlas 14, so we don't want to touch that pond at all. And the reason why is that if we touch that pond, we'd have to increase the depth and size, which would probably cost us a lot of money and probably have to eliminate some homes. So not touching that pond is a top priority. So we're not going to touch that pond. If people think that we're touching that pond, they're mistaken. We're not going to touch it. But yeah,
I think you had mentioned also, we'd have to do it to Atlas 14,
Atlas
right?
14 new spec, so it's important to make sure that we know that we're talking about the right pond and that we're not touching that pond that people have been talking about on social media, because we wouldn't do that, and the reason why is that it'd be too costly.
Those were my questions, just very transparent about the process.
All right, anyone else? Motions?
I'd like to go and make a motion to approve agenda item number 15.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember McKinney, that we approve agenda item 15.
Thank you.
Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item 21, consider approval of a resolution adopting amendments to the Kyle Public Library policies. This item is presented by Ms. Scott. Mr. Heiser, you pulled the item, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you for coming forward. Yeah, if you just want to go through the policy, I do have some things that, you know, I would like to say, but I'm happy to listen
Okay,
beforehand.
so just go ahead and go through the presentation? Okay.
Yeah, please.
My pleasure. So Kyle Public Library Policy Revisions. We have a table of contents here for the sections as far as the background overview, revisions for the library use, membership, circulation, text share, display and exhibits, makerspace, and then options and recommendations. So the background and overview is the Kyle Public Library created its first official policies at the beginning of this year, February 24th of 25, the library board reviewed, revised, and approved the policies to be presented to council. On March 18th, City Council approved the Kyle Public Library policy packet. Policies have been implemented for 4 months and areas for improvement have been identified. So what is the library use policy? It is the policy that establishes acceptable behavior and expectations while individuals utilize library space and resources. The revisions proposed are to clarify language and address reoccurring behavior that does not contribute to a welcoming or safe environment for all. The proposed revisions are common with library policies. The policy does not currently state how often library policies should be reviewed. To ensure and establish intentional process, the following statement will be added. The Kyle Public Library policies will be reviewed annually. The policy states that guardians and caregivers must supervise their children. It leaves room for interpretation as to what supervise means. To clarify expectations, language will be added that establishes a parent-caregiver must actively supervise in the immediate vicinity of their children. The current policy includes a section titled Restrooms. That section will be renamed Library Spaces to include other areas of the library. The subsections are restrooms, youth spaces, and unauthorized spaces. The current policy states the restroom lavatory is to be used for washing the person's hand and face. That would be changed to only its intended purpose. This change allows the library to address each situation based upon the purpose. For example, someone has a snack and wants to brush their teeth, but it prevents someone from bringing dishes from home to wash in the sink. The current policy does not address designated use spaces. Language would be added that states those spaces are reserved for those specific age groups and their families. An improvement we've made upon this past year has been designating more of a collection and spaces that are for children, older children, teens, and adults. Language will also be added about unauthorized space. This would be staff-only areas, and establish that they are not open to the public. The current policy does not address wheeled devices, which are also considered, what was the word we used? Recreational devices. Inside the library, customers have tried to bring their bicycles, skateboards, e-bikes into the building. Language will be added to prohibit wheeled devices inside the library building. The current policy does not mention certain behaviors that staff address and correct weekly. Such behaviors include customers laying down, running, or otherwise misusing library space, equipment, furniture beyond its intended purpose, using cell phones on speaker mode, producing noise that could distribute customers, and excessive public displays of affection. Language will be added that directly states those behaviors are not allowed. These behaviors are either brought to the staff's attention by another customer or noticed while monitoring the space. Such behaviors do not contribute to a welcoming and safe environment for all customers. A caregiver or parent laying down on the couch in the children's area prevents other caregivers from sharing that space. This is a newer issue because we now have couches and some lounging areas in the library. Before, we did not have these couches for families to sit together, to have a story together or to be together on these couches. It's common practice to address these behaviors in policy. Laying down in the library is specifically addressed in Georgetown, Round Rock, and San Marcos library policies. Another point I want to bring up is that anytime we would happen to have an emergency for cooling or warming station, the EOC takes precedence of our policies, procedures, and protocols. And Mr. Johnson has those procedures already planned, and that would supersede our policies on laying down, sleeping, food in the library, and those also closing times. The current policy does not state that customers need to leave upon closing. Language will be added to state customers are not permitted to remain in the building when we close. The current policy states a customer may not distribute literature or otherwise solicit customers inside the library building or parking areas. This will change to a customer may not distribute literature or otherwise solicit, panhandle, or proselytize on library property. This is to address common occurrences such as customers leaving religious cards, asking for money, selling something. Membership and library card policy revision. We would like to add applicants must register for a library card at least 15 minutes before closing. It takes time to ensure library cards are issued, that we gather correct information, and that we tell them about all our awesome services that we offer. We'd like to add the youth library card must be connected to a parent or legal guardian's library card. This is very common to ensure fines and fees are attached to the youth card to the adult care card. When they age out, we want them to stay with us and become adults and have their own adult card. And it still remains the adult's responsibility for anything that happened with that child's card. The circulation policy revision under the section blocked accounts. Add blocked youth accounts are the responsibility of the parent legal guardian. The parent legal guardian's account will also be blocked until issues on the youth account are resolved. This is for when someone has a book or item that is long lost, overdue. We no longer charge overdue fines. This is for the item itself. Currently, adult customers do not have to address their children's blocked accounts. They can borrow materials on their card while their youth card remains blocked. This addition will ensure that problems are addressed and fines and fees are paid. TechShare policy revision, using a TechShare card from another library. Add, TechShare memberships are valid for 1 year from the date issued or renewed. All library card types except for the TechShare membership have a time frame established in the current policy, and this will remedy that oversight. Displays and exhibit policy revision, information tabling at the library. For limits on table sessions for once a quarter per agency, we would like to add or once every 30 days for organizations with an official partnership with the City of Kyle. This increases the opportunity of tabling for those people who have partnerships with the city. Makerspace policy revisions. Fee for consumable materials has been removed. Allow one hour 3D print per month per household to Kyle Public Library cardholders free of charge. Customers are required to bring their own materials for use for the die cut machine, sewing, and the Cricuts. This would be fabric, paper. Thank you, Jessica. Remove the requirement of makerspace reservations. The makerspace will be available during a lab time now. Age for independent use edited for consistency of 12 years old independently and up, and prohibit use of 3D printer for political or business printing. This revision will also remove potential financial barriers by allowing residents an opportunity to work with the 3D printer and other machines free of charge. And it will remove the time-consuming process of monitoring supplies from the library staff by allowing residents to bring their own materials. The library can focus on assisting the customers. The library board unanimously voted on August 14th to approve the revisions of the makerspace to go to council, and the library use, membership, and library card circulation, TechShare, display, and exhibit policy was also unanimously voted on September 11th to approve revisions to go to council as well. So our options are approve revisions with modifications, and advise staff and library board to revise policies and present to city council at a later date.
No, okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you, Leslie. I appreciate the context and the explanation around, and thank you for, working with the library board to work on these policies. So I think my feelings that I'm going to share are about the proposed changes on pages 5, 6, 8, and then handing out literature, which is on page 10. Everything else I'm pretty okay with. So with that said, I understand the intent here, and we all want the library to be a safe and welcoming space for everybody, but I feel like these changes unintentionally create barriers for some people who rely on the library as a true public space that they have access to for free. And some of the language, I fear, just kind of looking at it here and hearing you, hearing it out loud without just reading it, I think it's all interpretation based on the person who's enforcing the policy. And to me, that creates conflict in the intention of the policy and the execution of, and how it's applied to the alleged violation. So I really would like, if, whatever we decide to do here, that to see some sort of training involved with the policies that are likelier to create conflict with the alleged offender, because I've heard some of the stories and some of the things that have been shared that you guys have experienced in the library, and obviously we want it to be safe for staff also. So I think just anything we can do to address potential conflicts that come up as a result of the enforcement of some of these policies. You touched on the warming and cooling center, so I was glad to hear that there's a trigger in place that will supersede the library policy. And that's really kind of what I had to say. There's a lot of people who reached out in the community to talk about this, not just this past week since the agenda was posted, but when it was on the library board agenda a couple weeks back. So, I think it's something at least we should discuss and see what we can do in order to prevent some of these things.
Mayor. Yeah, just want to touch on what Councilmember Heiser was talking about. Yeah, I was looking at these policies, and There was some of the stuff like, now that you got the explanation of, scooters coming in, things like that, I was worried that it was, things that they use for the kids, right, to bring in their stroller, stuff like that's what I was worried about, the verbiage there. So that was important to do. Brian, as a city, I'm looking at pictures right now of the library, and I'm looking at how outdated our bike slots are, right? Making sure we update those is going to be important so people will be more comfortable putting those out. Something more updated, maybe something with locking mechanism they could lock and bring in themselves is probably something that would help curtail a lot of what you're getting right now. Making sure we're doing everything we can as a city to help you out. And that's something I would really push for, is to make sure we're updating our bike racks and getting something more conventional. The outdated, just simple wire is what I call them, wire racks are just not feasible anymore. Maybe even a charging station for those little electric bikes or scooters, something we could look at as well. So to make it a little bit more user-friendly, more wanna-be, leave it outside than bring it inside. The other thing I look at, some of the policies, look, I'm just gonna be honest, for me, a library is a safe place. That's how I've always looked at libraries. They're a safe place for everyone. They should be inclusive. They should allow everyone to come in and participate, no matter what your economic status is, no matter what your religion, who you are. It's something that I've always thought of libraries being a safe place. As a kid, Kyle Library, Michael Tobias and I used to come across the street there and from Kyle Elementary and go and read books there, and it was a safe place for us, so it was great. I think the same thing for kids, where everybody should be able to enjoy them. So policies kind of scare me sometimes, so I'm not gonna lie, but there are things that we can do as a city to make sure we can keep the library safe. Maybe even thinking about later as we grow as a city, security guard or something like that, not an officer, but a security guard, someone just to help. Our librarians should not be enforcing rules. That's something that I worry about y'all. So I want to make sure y'all aren't the ones that are having to go up and say something, but making sure it's a real policy that still inclusive of everybody else. We're not going to be kicking people out just because of what they look like or what their economic status is. I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to be inclusive and keep libraries what they intended to be, a place of learning, a place of inclusion, place of, a safe place. And that's the biggest thing. And programming, it's important. What the programming the library is bringing out and enhancing that programming as well. Everything we can do. I know we're limited for space. Sorry about that, but we'll work on it. I'd really like to look at this a little deeper and take some dives, maybe even get to talk to Amy a little bit about this policy, making sure that we're compliant with our rules, make sure we're not doing anything that's non-compliant, and before we bring it or vote on this. So if we could table this, I would really appreciate it. And just to get more look at it.
I'm glad you brought up the point about removing people, because I did ask Jessica, and in the 2 years, little over 2 years, she's been the assistant director. She's never asked anyone to be removed or to remove anyone. I've been here a little over a year, and I've not done that either. It's something that sticks, it's a core memory that if you ever have to do that. I've had a 20-plus year leadership in library career, and I've never asked anyone to leave or had to forcefully remove them. So the policies are very much a safety net for everyone. And so I'm confused and concerned about why that's out there, that we're removing people, because we are not. We are monitoring behaviors. Someone's laying down in the aisle, we're going to have to ask them to get up. And people do ask us, well, show us where it says we can't do this. And that's where we have that conflict, if you will. And it's tough, like you said.
I'm kind of thinking, and not looking at the verbiage, kind of feels like we're removing people. It did scare me, I'm not gonna lie. And but making sure that we, I'd love to make sure that we're informing the community what we're actually doing. Your presentation today gives me a little more foresight on what your intent is, but I still like to look at it a little deeper dive and just maybe the next meeting, just so we have a little time more. I'm sorry, this came up we got this 4 days ago, and we haven't really had the time to look at it. I know I haven't. I'm not going to speak for council, but I'd like to take a deeper dive on this just to make sure, and maybe sit down with you and Amy and just make sure that we're doing everything that's within our legal limits, and we're building a good policy and not one that's going to exclude anybody. So it's kind of what I'm hoping on.
Councilmember Zuniga, go ahead. We'll just keep going this way.
Thank you, Leslie. Yeah, I can understand the intentions, and there are some good intentions here. There's some things I could support, but there's a lot of heavy language in there that does scare people. I'm really sensitive about how we treat our community. Residents reached out to me last week. My phone was blowing up about you can't support this, Zuniga. And you know, I've listened to some of the explanations, but I have to put myself in the safe space that the library is, right? And for many people, it's a place of dignity for them. You know, I can't judge someone by their situation. They may need help, and that's the only place that they can go cool off, sit down, eat a snack, try to apply for a job. They may have to brush their teeth in the restroom. I cannot be that guy that would tell someone, you know, you can't brush your teeth there, or you smell bad. I mean, and if this is coming from fear of people who are using the library, because maybe what they're wearing, or maybe they might have a physical ability or mental ability, that's unacceptable. Like, we can't treat people who may look different or act differently with less dignity. You know, we just have to have respectful places, but everyone has to show respect, from staff to the community people that are using the library, right? And libraries mean so much to me, right? They've given me opportunities. So for me, I see this as very restrictive, to tell someone they're laying down that they need to get up and leave. I think that there should be a grievance policy. So if someone does feel that they were picked on, they should be able to file grievance. And we should know, was it fair or was it unfair? Was it prejudiced or unprejudiced, right? So I'm trying to be careful of not give less dignity to people, right? Because they may just need help.
Right.
And that's why they're there. And if we see them, it's because maybe they're asking for help in some way. And for us to turn them away and say, you're not welcomed here, that's unacceptable to me, right?
Right.
Just as a person, that's unacceptable.
Right, I understand that.
So that's where I have to say, well, I have to stand up for what I believe in, how I would treat someone. And I wouldn't treat someone like that. And what I also need to bring up is who funded this library, right? All taxpayers funded it. And I've heard stories that it wasn't even city funded. I don't know if that's true, but whoever founded this library and got the donations to build it, maybe that was not their intention, that we exclude people. I don't know that we are, but I'm just saying that the policy feels restrictive, and we have to, I would like to find out, did city dollars pay for all of this library? If not, then how can we say that certain people can't use it? I'm just trying to be very clear.
We can certainly look at that, the funding history. I don't know the answer to that.
Right.
question,
Yes,
but
city
we-
dollars paid for it.
Yeah, it's
2013
all
bond.
It's a
city
bond
dollars.
issue.
You're thinking about in the 1960s when a very wealthy and admirable member of the community gave large donation anonymously to help fund the former library, and it was a donation to the city. And then when we left, that it was given. We no longer own that property.
Right.
And I know many residents use the library to, that's their place to go. Teenagers will use it. Kids will misbehave. They'll be kids. They'll run around. So there are some rules that we need. But we also have to understand that there are people that are in need in this community, and that might be the only place they feel safe. That where they can live a normal life and be around people and see things, right? And that might be how they want to go and spend some of their day, because they're not able to go to private businesses. They'll be shut out, right? There's a person in the community who I was told rides a bicycle every day, has Alzheimer's or something, Down syndrome, and he gets a piece of food same time, every day from the owner of the restaurant. Those are the stories that, when I look at this, those are people we have to help. And this, to me, is more about helping.
I think Ms. Scott was trying to respond to you earlier. Do you want to respond to that, or we'll just keep going?
Sorry.
We're all-
And
No,
I don't
it's
mean
okay.
to, you're right. I don't
No,
mean to
but
be hard on you. Yeah.
No, it's totally fine, but I think also, in one infraction doesn't mean we remove somebody from the library. It means that we can just have a conversation with them, and that conversation absolutely can lead to additional information where we find out, how can we assist? Many times, if we would see someone laying down, your first instinct is, do you need assistance? Do you need help? Are you injured? And then, is it going to injure someone else who's just walking down the aisle as well? But there's definitely infraction lists, like, it's just a conversation, but we do have individuals who come to us and say, will you take care of this? And it puts us in a situation of, how do we take care of it if it's not in the policies? And when we do mention, we do have patrons and customers that say, show us where it's in the policy. And so that's why for our policy packet, although it is probably shockingly long to you because it is a first-time policy, these are all common with all of our benchmark cities and across the nation. And in fact, during one of the library board meetings, one of them said that they've seen 45 and 50 page policies. And so we're not that huge city that needs to do that, nor are we the city that wants to be that restrictive. But I welcome that we work through these, absolutely. I know others of you might have something you want to ask or say as well.
Okay, Councilmember Harris.
One of the policies that I am a little concerned about is the distribution of literature. The library should be a free and open space for discussion and ideas, free flow of ideas. I would not object to having people outside of the library with brochures or information that they can hand out. I think what we might want to do is restrict them to not be, how would I word that? Not grabbing people out, not hollering to people, come over here and see me, but maybe have a table with the information that's there that people can approach them. And I would say the only restriction I think I would put on that is that we will not tolerate hate speech. Other than that, it's just a free flow of ideas. If religious groups want to come over there, like they do at the corner of Mary Kyle Hartson Park, I have no problem with that. If political groups want to stand out there, one of the candidates wants to stand out there and let people come up and talk to them, I have no problem with that. I do have a problem with hate speech. Anyone that is promulgating hate or destructive or violent behavior. But other than that, I would like to encourage a free flow of ideas.
Councilmember King, do you have anything?
Well, Tobias has been waiting very patiently.
Well,
Okay.
Everybody wanted to speak, so we're just going down the row. Everybody wanted
I'll
to
just sum up really quickly. I've had a handful of phone calls from people that just don't feel welcome at our library. And it's kind of heartbreaking. And, I understand there's got to be some level of bureaucracy, but I don't want it to be to the point where it's excluding our residents from being able to take advantage of it. And I know you don't either. We've had conversations. I know you're very passionate about what you do, and I love that. And I don't want to discourage you at all. But I want us to, err on the side of inclusivity on some of these when we can. I know you well enough that I trust your judgment. You do a good job, but we want to make sure that our residents feel that too. And I'm hearing from individuals, groups that they're just not feeling that. So there's room for improvement there. As far as like the wheeled recreation things, I think that we can probably come up with a solution because, we want to encourage alternative forms of transportation. We don't have enough parking spaces for everybody to drive there. I don't know if a skateboard coming inside the library does a significant amount of damage. Now I can see the bikes and the motorized scooters and things like that. They can tear things up pretty quickly. But I think we can probably come up with a solution where they can store those safely and securely and feel comfortable with leaving those outside. I mean, I grew up in the library. You know, when I was 10 years old, for various reasons, I had to go live with my grandparents, and they didn't have the energy to keep up with a 10-year-old. And I walked a little over 2 miles to my library, and I was there almost every day. They knew me on a first-name basis, and, you know, I'm looking at, you know, I probably couldn't have gotten a library card at our library at 10 because I didn't have a parent that was there to sign me up. I mean, they took pity on me and, you know, trusted me with, I think I was able to take home 4 books that first day. And I read them all the first day and I brought them back the next day. And I want our youth to have that same experience. It was a big part of my formative years that, you know, they really encouraged me to read. You know, still an avid reader to this day, always just striving for information. I want us to encourage our community to be able to do that. So.
All right, Councilmember Tobias.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I'll try to be real brief on this. And it hits a point when we had that visit with the consultant the other day with Zuniga and I. We were talking about how we can engage our community more. Remember, they were asking us questions about surveys and what are the reasons why we have people not showing up to the library and so forth. And then when I started looking at this, I'm like, wow, there's a lot of restrictions I see that is in place. I see both sides. Okay, I'm letting you know I'm seeing both sides. I see the side where your staff probably has to deal with some people there that maybe are using the bathroom as a bathing location. And I do see that, because it's actually mentioned in here, that somebody is not, make sure that, where did I have it right here? It says, under attire, a customer may not enter and remain in the library in a bathing suit. So that tells me that probably happened, correct? Okay. Or clothing that does not appear, that does not cover upper or lower torso or without shoes. So how will your staff approach that? How is your staff going to be trained and judge the person, not so much do that, say, there is a man or there is a young girl there that has her torso showing, I need to go address that. Where does that become? Does that become a legal issue now? It's the same thing with B, number B. A customer may not enter and remain in the library if he admits a strong odor due to perfume, cologne, or other reasons. Well, I'm out there. That would be offensive to a person's ordinary sensitivities. How would your staff approach that? A man or a young lady coming in from a construction job that just came in dirty, whatever, turning in a book. Do we address it then? And then let me go back up here to the animals area. It's basically straight out. A customer may not bring an animal into the library unless the customer has a service animal. Where's the legality on that? Are they going to have an identification on the animal? Because I'm not familiar with that process, but I hear people could say, look, here's my cat, it's my emotional animal, and I'm just gonna walk in with it, or here's my pet snake, this makes me feel comfortable when I'm around people. Does that become offensive to people, or where do we draw the line to say, I'm sorry, you got a snake here or a cat, you're not allowed in the building? And because these are rules that we are looking at implementing. And it goes same thing with the food. I get it. People are probably bringing in food, leaving trash and so forth. Laying down, sleeping, sitting on the couch. I get it. It could be a hygiene issue for all we know, right? And so it's just, how would your staff approach those situations versus, hey, no more sleeping. You need to get up or you're going to get out. Or, sorry, could you please sit up? You know, we have a sign. So I think signages could help, especially right by the couches. He says, please, no laying down or sleeping on the couches. Bathrooms the same way. You can go in there and put, please utilize the bathroom for its purpose. No shaving, whatever, to keep the bathroom clean. And thank you for your cooperation. I think approaching it in that way, I think could help alleviate some of these things that your staff is going through.
Yes, signage would be extremely helpful when we have something to show that that's, the policy says, and so then we put that out there.
Yeah.
Please keep your, your FaceTime conversation to a minimum because it's, it's
Sure.
loud and everyone can hear it.
I was there a month ago, and there were some
Signage.
kids that were running around, and I was trying to focus, and my daughter was there, and I get it, they're jumping around, and your staff was just kind of looking at the parent, and the parents, obviously minding their own. I get it, I understand, that's why I'm seeing both sides of this, the part of it all. But in the overall, I think to everybody here, we want to make the community library very opening, and we want to encourage them to utilize them as much as possible. So I think it's just a matter of finding that balance. That's all. Thank you.
All right, so I just have a couple thoughts. I'll tell you, and all of my years, I talked to my wife about city council business, never. And but my wife happens to be a librarian, and so I did talk to her, and she had a lot to say about this. And so, from the perspective of a librarian, I can tell you, think about this. What are libraries known for? Their rules. Shh. All right. So we need to back up and try to get just at least a little bit of a framework around what this discussion is, because what I hear from every single one of my colleagues is a bleeding heart for the community, which is a good thing, right? Everybody wants for our library to be inclusive. We have a very popular library, and you want to know how inclusive it is because, and great it is, outside of a phone call you might have gotten, it is the highest rated and highest reviewed from a standpoint of customer satisfaction outside of our municipal court, which is strange, that we have. So how many people do you serve every year? It's multiple hundreds of thousands of people coming in. So I spent, ironically, not having anything to do with this, I kind of forgot this was on the agenda, but I spent 5 hours in the library today. And I can tell you with a certainty that if this council says, you know what, we don't like the idea of having rules in the library, so we want to send that message, no rules, we're not going to make any changes, we're not going to adopt any standards. You're sending a message to the staff. That's what you're doing. You're letting them know that they don't have authority in their library to enforce any kind of rules. And I can tell you there's not one librarian that you're ever going to meet who's going to say that that is the right way to handle that, because it is a constant revolving door of all manner of people. Now, the question of whether or not our staff is friendly or whether or not our library is generally inclusive is one conversation. And the question of whether or not we should have rules in our library is a separate conversation. So my encouragement to you would be to identify specifically in this document if you think there's a specific rule that you don't want to have, like potentially the odor issue. I could see that being a good one to take out, because but everything that we've discussed is as it relates to the discretion, because if you take something out, they have to deal with real world problems that are coming in on a daily basis. And it's like Ms. Scott has mentioned 2 or 3 times now, very kindly, if they don't have a rule, they cannot go and deal with a problem. The problem has power over them, and you do not want to have a library where the staff does not have the power to deal with a problem. So I'm just, I was there earlier. There's a kid running around. Mom's on the other end. If the idea is, if you think that, oh, now the library is immediately going to go like kick that person out or something. I mean, they've made the case very clearly. I don't know that anyone's ever been kicked out of our library. So we're using straw man articles to avoid allowing staff to have rules and put up signs and prevent certain behavior that needs to be prevented. Because it's not just an inclusive place, it's also a library where people are taking tests, they're doing classes, they have all kinds of programming going on, studying, research. You have to have rules in a library. So again, I would like to pass this, but and I can understand on the, if you don't want people, or if you want to allow folks to be able to freely hand out literature and stuff like that, and solicit for business and all that, I guess that's fine. But we at least need to allow for our stance to be clear, so that we don't just send the library back with no answers as to how to deal with the myriad of problems and challenges that they have, because they don't have a policy that's even on par with every other public library in the region. So I'd like to just kick it back to you one more time and say, do we really want to just table this and send it back? Or do we want to actually have a look at any of these particular items that we want to address and take votes on it and give them the feedback that they need? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I understand the need to want to solve this tonight, but I think it's going to take, I have a sense that it's going to take a while to go through these individually to decide what kind of feedback we want to provide and that we all agree on. So I think the best option for us, and especially to move forward with this meeting, is option 3, to advise staff and the library board to revise the policy based on the feedback we've provided here on the dais tonight, and to come back and present it at a later date. So with that, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve, to go with option 3, advise staff and library board to revise policy and present to city council at a later date.
So I'll second that, but I want to have some discussion on
All
it.
right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Council Member Rizzo, that we advise staff to table the item and bring it back at a later date. Is there discussion on that motion, Mr. Langley?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, we're certainly happy to come back with additional discussion and options about each of these things we've talked about. I believe the makerspace is getting ready to open, and we would request that you would take a look at that policy and consider at least adopting that policy this evening so we could open that space. Leslie, I know that we are looking to open that relatively
Exactly.
quickly.
There's a couple on here that have nothing to do with behavior, if you will, under that library use.
Okay.
So the makerspace, we're so excited to launch it. We are unable to launch it without a policy. And we are actually removing barriers to utilize it, as far as the 3D printing being free and having lab hours to visit. It would be wonderful to be able to move that one forward. The displays and exhibit policies, we have had organizations that partner with the city that would like to meet more, offer a tabling. The Master Gardeners are those, one of those that would like to table more often than once quarterly. That would be also a generous addition, or addition, we'll leave it at that, for that. Also, the tech share policy, that is just aligning that one-year annual card. And the blocked accounts, we can either come back to, or that one as well. But really, the makerspace is incredibly important to move forward on. The tech share being aligned, that's a Texas state-wide. And then the displays and exhibits to allow for tabling.
Behavior issues, we could certainly come back with additional conversation. Perhaps if there's one or two things you want to provide direction on, or just a general discussion, we're happy to do that.
Mayor, I'd like to amend the motion to still go with option 3, but to stipulate that this motion will approve the new policies around makerspace, tech share policies, and tabling.
Second.
Second. Oh, I had to second, so I have to.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
All
I'm
right,
gonna-
so it's
I'm gonna
amenable
approve
to the
amendment.
second. The motion, the new motions to direct staff to bring back revisions on the behavior-based items, but to approve the items as stated. Is there further discussion on that motion? Councilman Rizzo.
Yeah, just wanted to say, thank you for thinking about, the revisions and making sure that we're updating our policies. That's important. I kind of feel like I didn't have enough time to really visit these policies and really make a deep dive, have a conversation with yourself, with Amy, something I want to have a conversation with moving forward. I'd be okay with this coming back at the next council meeting if we wanted to, just making sure we have clearer language on this, because I did get quite a few phone calls even after I had read it. So, but this has no reflection on what y'all do as a library. I don't think you're heavy-handed, kicking people out, throwing people through the door, out the door or out the window. I know that's not happening. So, but one of the things is just being careful. I mean, to me, libraries are a safe place, so I want to continue to be there and make sure that our library is a safe place for everybody, inclusive to everybody. So that's important. But I'm good with the revision and the just making sure we bring back a policy that everybody's happy with. And I'm not against rules. Look, honestly, I'm glad that we have rules, and we just got to be careful on the rules we do, because sometimes rules can be overbearing, and that's my concern. Just making sure.
So moving forward, should we, each one of us, take a look at the policy? And if we want to change a little bit of the verbiage or just have clarification, should we send it to both of you like in an email form, and then we can have the discussion? That way we have the time to look over it and then say, I looked at this here, this is what I was suggesting, or like right off the bat, animals, number A, change the verbiage, in my opinion, to say, service animals are welcomed if they have the appropriate, what is it, dog collar or yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah, there are
and so
very
forth.
specific rules on service animals, and we could make sure that we incorporate those as
Yeah,
clearly as possible.
that's all it is. It's just maybe changing the wording, but that's the only thing I'm really looking at.
So Councilmember Tobias, yes, if you have a specific suggestion or option that you want us to consider, please send me and Leslie an email. We'll be glad to take a look at that. I think we heard a few things from each of you. I don't think there are many things, honestly, but we can take a look at those and come back with some potential options and language for you to consider. We may need a little bit more time. I'm not sure the 21st that we can be back with that, but we'll take a
Whenever
look
you're
at it
ready.
and bring it back as soon as it's practical to get it back in front of you.
I know it's important to have rules, so it's gonna be something, that's why maybe the 21st, but if it's the following meeting after that,
Right.
that's fine as well. But look, honestly, you're confined to space. And that's why you need these rules, because you just don't have the space that you need to operate a really good library. You know, where we have quiet zones, we have kid zones, we just don't have that space. And that's something as a dais or a city, we definitely need to address moving forward and make sure that we give you the space so that way we can have those zones for different people, even teenagers. Everybody deserves a space, so quiet zones as well, so.
Well, and we're, as we mentioned this evening, we want it to be an inclusive space. I know the council wants that. We want it to be an opening, welcoming space, but that means for everyone. And some of these things do have to be addressed so you can have, everyone can have an opportunity to enjoy the space. And that's the balance on these items that we have. Sometimes some behavior interferes with the other's ability to enjoy the space. And so that's the balance and the dance that we're trying to have on these. So we're happy to have that conversation and bring it back. in the future.
Thank you for presentation, and just know this is not against you or the staff. It was just, sometimes the verbiage is a little different, and there's a lot of misunderstanding. I mean, there's a lot of community members that reach out to me later as well, and just, you gave some good clarification, but just making sure the policy reflects that is important, so thank you.
And we can add that in about the EOC taking precedence over those sections as well, cooling and warming.
Oh, great, thank you.
Councilmember McKinney.
Are we sure that we can't power through this, resolve this, and give staff direction to move forward?
I want to look at it further, and I want to have conversations with Amy as well on these policies, so.
If you need more time, I get that.
I need more time.
I feel like we're not wholesale rejecting all of
No.
these. I think it's one or two.
No,
And I figured we could agree on those and go on, but if you need more time, I'll
I
give you
definitely need more time, thank you.
Fair enough.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
7-0. Next up is agenda item 23, consider approval of a resolution authorizing a memorandum of understanding between the City of Kyle and the City of Buda for participation in animal care facilities and operations. Mr. Elizondo. This is Ms. Harris, you have the floor.
This is new, bringing Buda in, so I'd like to know, have we approached them before? They have approached us. Want to know the impact, because it will probably need us to increase the space that we've designed in that building, and what the financial agreement would be with them.
Sure, it won't be a tremendous increase on space, but I can run through the presentation for anyone watching very quickly. There's only a few slides. This is a resolution to authorize a memorandum of understanding with the City of Kyle and the City of Buda in relation to the animal care facility that we're building. Just for anyone watching very quickly that may not know, we're getting kicked out of our interlocal with San Marcos Regional, as are all their partners in 2026. And so because of that, we learned about that earlier this year, and we started a feasibility study right away. We've completed that feasibility study. That feasibility study that we did was purely for the City of Kyle. While we were doing that feasibility study, we were approached by not only the county, but also the City of Buda. This council adopted the MOU with the county on August 5th, and the county adopted that MOU on September 30th, so that's completely adopted by both sides. While we were doing that, we were in talks with the City of Buda back and forth. They let us know right away that they would be interested in partnering with us. It took a little bit longer to nail down some of those negotiations with them, not on their part for any reason, just getting back and forth with them. We have a very similar MOU, the same as the county for them. However, the county, obviously with much larger intake that they have and the different types of animals that they have, had a much larger piece of the facility. This is our facility you guys have seen. Here's concepts from the feasibility. If you remember in the MOU for the Hays County partnership, their multiplier was at 64.5%, which is for both capital costs and operations. This is a much, much smaller multiplier, not only because it's smaller intake numbers that were researched in our feasibility study through BUTA, but also because the types of animals that we're bringing in are much more domestic. They don't have large seizures or events like the county does. So their multipliers come out to about 2.8% for the capital costs that will be incurred, and then ongoing operations about 2.4. The operations in the MOU will be evaluated every year based on intake, so those might change because we want it to be as fair for each partner as possible. I will say that while this MOU is here tonight, it's also with the Buda City Council tonight as well. So if both pass, it'll be passed all tonight together. And then our timeline for this is hopefully October 22nd. If we can't make the 21st, if we can't make the 21st, it'll be in November. We want to bring the interlocal agreements for both Buda and the county, which is a much more detailed document for payments, for all the different aspects that the MOU outlines, but with the full design contract of Jackson Ryan at that same date. So we'll outline everything all together and hopefully get it all passed and get started on full design for the animal care center. And then construction after that in 26, 27 for the completion of construction. Starting construction 25, 26. So hopefully that answers some of the questions. It's a much smaller group. The design contract, because it was initially the feasibility study was just for within the city limits, the design contract has built into it to take that feasibility study and do some public outreach and do some little extra work, not a tremendous amount, to make sure we're incorporating not only all of the Hays County animals, but also the Buda animals in that area that we're taking care of. So there'll be a little added element of public input and evaluation of numbers before they go into full design so that the facility will be designed properly for the next 20 plus years.
That does answer my questions. Thank you.
Councilor Tobias.
Okay. Yeah, so we've been talking about this for at least a good year now, and you're right, Dr. Harris. This did come as a surprise that Buda now shows an interest, because I'm looking at the summary. As part of the city's regional partnership strategy, the city of Buda has expressed formal interest in participating now in this new facility. This memorandum of understanding outlines Buda's intent to join Kyle-owned and operated facility under agreed upon cost allocations. Per the terms, Buda will contribute a one-time capital cost based of the multiplier, you said 2.8%, and share annual operation cost of 2.4, subject to an annual intake reassessment. Kyle will retain full ownership and operational control of the facility. However, Buda will have a representation on the advisory board to provide input on policy and programming. So really—
It's very well written.
Exactly. So they're going to have more a say in it just as much as we're the one who be providing the land and the cost and probably the employees. So, but Buda's just going to be on the board to make the policies and make the decisions.
The board will be that's correct. The board will be a recommendation board, just like any of our boards. All those policies and decisions will come before council for final adoption.
Okay. What happens in the point to when we start seeing Buda increase their intake, if that's the way you're going? Are we going to now have Ulen interested as well? I mean, this is— I've asked many times, I've yet to see any county commissioners here talk about this, even though they're also being very active in this. Who else is coming on board with this facility? Because it's like, I don't want to get it to where 10 years or 5 years down the road that we're having more intake from Buda, but the only thing that they have is this one-time input. but they're on the board to control the policies and procedures on how this place operates in the city of Kyle.
Sure, I can answer a little bit of that. The one-time infusion of cash is for the capital cost, so that's for building the building and getting up and running. There will be an annual, reoccurring cost based on intake every year that's evaluated to each one of our partners. So in the example you gave, if Buta's intake skyrockets, that multiplier will also go up to account for that additional intake and the animals that are coming in. Their representation on the Animal Services Board will be, a seat or two, as will Hays County, as will the city have representatives on the board as well. And again, that will be a recommendation board that then comes to council, just like all of our boards, to be adopted. So they will have a say, as they should, as they're a partner of ours and are on the board, but it will not be a final say. And you are correct, the MOU outlines that Kyle will own, operate, have the employees, have the policies, all of that will run through the city of Kyle. And we have discussed all of that with the city of Buda, their city manager, and they're good with it. They're taking it to their council tonight.
So if I could just amplify some of that discussion, Buda has always been one of the partners we've looked at, in addition to Hays County, to partner with the city of Kyle. We've already established the MOU and the percentages with Hays County. This is a net benefit to us. We believe that they would pay these share of the cost. It reduces the remaining share that the city of Kyle has to pay for that facility. There is some usage, but that multiplier, as Jesse mentioned, is going to be looked at annually. So if their number of animals goes up, it's not 2.4%, it might be 5% or 7% or 8%, whatever that is, they'll pay their proportional share of that cost. That's what this MOU is designed to do, which protects the city. The reason this agreement is attractive in our estimation is because the city is going to get a much larger, more robust facility by having partnerships than we would otherwise be able to provide on our own. It's also a cheaper cost to the city of Kyle than it would be to build it on our own too. So we believe all parties win. This is a win-win partnership for all parties. For Buda, they get to actually have a share of a facility that's a less expensive cost to them than building their own. Same thing for Hays County, same thing for us. It's rare to have those where everybody wins. We believe everybody wins in this relationship, and we get a first-class facility to serve our community. So that's the design of it. The percentages we've looked at very carefully to negotiate those terms, but it is the exact same terms that we've had in the MOU with Hays County. The ILA will have the details, the interlocal agreement, will have the details about how all of these things will work, the representation on the board that Jesse mentioned. But those are the things that we'll be looking at. Hopefully that helps try to address the overall structure of this so you can see how it works.
One last thing, Councilmember Tobias, the last part you mentioned, I just want to clarify in case anyone from Buda or Hays County is watching. If another city comes in, let's say we build the building, we have the Hays County intake, we have the Buda intake. If another city comes in at that point and wants to partner, all of these multipliers and cost multipliers that we have figured going into this, they account for those additional capital costs that those partners are putting in. The multiplier will be very different if we even accept that intake, if someone's coming in after the fact. So being a partner on this, like Brian was saying, we feel like it's a win for everyone that's partnering, not only in the building, but also for the future of the animal care facility. If someone comes in after the fact, another city wants to get involved, at that point, it's a whole different conversation of whether we even do it at that point or what that multiplier is. It could be much, much higher because these partners participated in the capital costs.
And what we're looking at is with the Buda partnership in Hays County, approximately 70% of the cost of this facility is funded by parties other than the city of Kyle. That's the net sum of it.
But just get to know that the city of Kyle will never have full control over this facility.
Well,
No, we do.
That's not correct.
We
Sorry,
do have control.
We would own.
We would have to be partnership with these, with the Hays County, and we'll be partnership with Buda when it comes to policy and procedures, and where it's gonna be on our land, it's gonna be our water, it's gonna be our city facilities, but we will never be in full control of it because we are gonna be partnering up. That's what partnerships are, right? That's what partnerships up. You get a piece, you get a piece, you get a piece. But in the end, the city of Kyle will never have its own facility itself because you would have to go with different with different, with different groups to be able to come up with a lot of these policies. I get the financial part altogether. I guess I hear that because we're gonna have a state-of-the-art animal shelter with, you know, rescue center and veterinarians and so forth. But for those that are out there that are saying, why are we partnering up? We'll never have the control of the majority of the say on it because we gotta look at it in those eyes. On that sense.
Councilmember Tobias, I certainly understand the concerns. The way we're looking at it is, and we've been very clear with both Hays County and Buda through the MOU and our discussions with them, the city of Kyle will own and operate this facility entirely. We will have an advisory board, as Jesse mentioned, to help make recommendations on policies, but those policies will be governed by the city of Kyle and this city council. So
Okay.
we will own and operate the facility. We certainly want to get input from our partners and try to have a good partnership on all these things. But we were very clear, to have an effective facility, there's got to be one chain of command, one director of animal services that's controlling this facility, not from an ego perspective, but just
No,
to make sure
it's
we're
not about
running
that.
it effectively. You can't have 3 or 4 different people trying to run the operation. So that's the intent. I do understand the concerns. But that's at least how we've tried to design that. That's that more detailed conversation that comes back in that ILA, where we'll actually have a contractual arrangement of how we would work on this. The MOU is meant to be a conceptual document of what that partnership looks like. Hopefully that helps a little bit.
Yeah.
I do understand and appreciate the concerns.
Councilmember Rizzo.
Yeah, just to touch on that. Yeah, you're correct, Brian. We're gonna run this. We own it, we run it. We're, what do you call it? The city of Kyle is, the investor who's bringing this forward. So the board, just like all our boards and commissions, we got boards and commissions, but ultimately it'd be city council and staff that make that decision, whatever direction we go. But as far as getting more partners in, I just don't see that happening. One reason is that we're already designing the building. We're making up for future intake as well. So I wouldn't see us partnering with anybody else in the future. It's gonna be, the other thing I want to bring forward is the language is being put out there, regional. We're not taking in the entire county. I want to make sure that we bring the right verbiage out there. As a city, we're telling them what intake points we're taking. We're not taking in the entire county. I know there's been some talk about it out there that we're taking in the regional, just like San Marcos did. We're not. We're limiting what we're taking in and making sure we highlight those points is going to be important for me. But no, Kyle owns this animal adoption center, and we're going to control it. And that's because we were the ones that took the initiative. We started this process, and if partners wanted to come in, we were welcoming that. But yeah, I just want to make sure people know that this belongs to the city of Kyle, and the city of Kyle will control it.
Thanks, Councilmember Rizzo. That's exactly correct.
Councilmember Zuniga.
I just want to, I guess, re-echo what Councilmember Rizzo said. City of Kyle is going to own this. We're going to operate it. We're going to logistically run it. We're going to make the decisions on intake, not out of ego, but because we want those partnerships. But it will be City of Kyle Animal Adoption Center. But I do want to focus on that it will not be regional. It's going to be in an area that does have a lot of need, where we do have a lot of abandoned dogs. So we're going to focus on that area as you shown in the data, right? This was the area where there was the most problems in Kyle. Borders, ETJ area, county looked at it as well, and this is a high level area. So it won't be regional. There's not an expectation from more cities coming in here. I think we've already made that pretty clear. The capital cost right now, Buda, Hays County, that's about it, right? And there was some questions that were asked earlier, and I get why they probably will happen the way they are. In terms of the structure of the organization, we probably haven't looked at it that deep, but we have an animal services director. That person will probably be working with the vet tech, the facility administrators, participating in community stuff, grants, those things, right? Is that the reason why animal control officers would not be underneath that same person? Because these are two different branches.
No, the way that we're looking at it is that they would be all under an animal services
They will
department
be.
with
Oh.
the director running the department from all those different, it's very well said, the breakdown. They would also be helping to develop all the policy that's
okay.
coming forward and bringing it to the animal services board and ultimately to council. But yes, they would all be under the same department, a animal services department that is hired, all those FTEs hired based on the design of the building, the intake, the numbers, and all the needs that we have, and then obviously the financials distributed among our partners.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know if that decision was made yet. I didn't know what was the best decision, whether you do want animal control officers under that or not. Like I said, either way, I'm not sure, you know, but I think somebody expressed that earlier, that it's better to have all in synergy together.
Yeah.
Like I said, not sure, haven't seen that data. But there is a need for a pet resource coordinator. I guess that would be more of a component of the county. So I kind of would just like to encourage us to look at that, because that could be a role that someone could have to provide affordable, low-cost services for some of these pets, and provide spay neuter, TNVR, and even food assistance for some of the low cost animal supplies. So that would be something that, you know, has been voiced to me, to see if we could look at that as part of, I know we have to have the animal adoption center, but can we have that helping hand of a pet resource
Yes,
component?
just a couple of things. The director and the ACOs currently, as they stand, that's not the only positions that will be within the city. One of the jobs the director will have as they come on will be to not only work with community partners and have a lot of connections with all the community partners around this area, but also to develop out that entire framework of the entire department. So there will be other positions that are proposed. There will be a whole framework of an animal services department that will be built out. And so what those positions are, like you, I don't know yet,
Right.
but as we build them out, it won't just be the director and the ACOs. It will be a whole host of positions that will make sure that we run the department successfully.
Yeah, very dynamic. Things are still changing. And like I said, we're very early on. And thank you for working on it. I know this was a need, a pressing need, with the contract being, you know, at the end with San Marcos. Great location. Look forward to seeing the renderings of what Jackson and Ryan have proposed in the next presentations.
Thank you. It's an exciting project.
Thank you, Jesse.
All right, anyone else?
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 23.
All right, motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo, that we approve agenda item 23. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, it's 10:07. We just finished consent, so we're on a record pace here right now. So we're gonna have to get serious, but I do need a break, and I think we all need a bit of a break. But we need to make it a quick one, because I know there are folks here anxiously awaiting. We're all tired, so we're gonna do. I'm gonna call it a 5-minute break, but I will be gaveling in at 10:15. So please don't go too far. Thank you. Consider approval of a resolution finding a public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, fee simple title to a parcel of land containing .3092 acres and a .0925 acre public utility easement as described in Exhibits A and A1 to the resolution from certain real property owned by PG Austin Complex LLC for the public use and purpose of construction of public roadway improvements, Bunton Creek Road project. This item has a roll call vote. Mr. Schmeitz.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amber Smites, Deputy City Manager for the record. We have 7 PCNs on the agenda for you tonight. Good news, 2 of which have been settled. I believe they are 31 and 32.
Okay.
So we will not have to ask you to take action on those. But since we have 5 of them, I will be going through the full presentation on this first one, and then I will be very brief on the 4 following. So in 2022, the City of Kyle voters approved Proposition A as a road bond for 8 transportation projects across Kyle, totaling 10.3 miles of new location, reconstruction, and widening projects to improve the city's transportation network. This project will improve Button Creek Road from Lehman Road to Porter Cove. The alignment and design features were approved by the council in January of 2024. A task order to BGE to complete the preliminary design was approved in March of 2023, and then the final design was approved in April of 2024. This is parcel 11 and 11E to acquire the right-of-way and easements needed for the roadway. Survey was completed and appraisal was performed on the needed tract. Property interests include here fee simple right-of-way of 0.3092 acres and public utility easement of 0.0925 acres. Improvements within the right-of-way and easement include roadway and sidewalk infrastructure and utility infrastructure. So public convenience and necessity refers to the council determining whether the city's acquisition of an interest in a specific piece of real property, such as an easement or fee simple title, is necessary to effectuate a particular public use for the public's convenience and necessity. In this situation, the PCN finds that the Button Creek Road project is necessary and required to promote the public health, safety, and welfare of the community, and that the acquisition of the identified property is required to complete the project. When the property owner and the city are unable to reach a negotiated agreement, the PCN authorizes the city to initiate eminent domain proceedings if necessary to acquire the property. And so we ask that you approve the resolution.
All right. I move that the city of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire 0.3092 acres of land in fee simple and a public utility easement over 0.0925 acres of land from property owned by PG Austin Complex LLC as described in agenda item 30 for the public use of constructing public roadway improvements for the Button Creek Road Improvement Project.
Second.
Motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Harris that we approve the item. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Rizzo,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Zuniga,
Yes.
Heiser,
Yes.
Tobias,
Yes, ma'am.
McKinney,
Yes.
Harris.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item 33. Consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, temporary grading easement from a parcel of land containing 525 square feet as described in Exhibit A to the resolution from certain real property owned by General Telephone Company of the Southwest for the public use and purpose of construction of public roadway infrastructure improvements for the Center Street On-System project. This item is a roll call vote. Ms. Schmeitz.
Again, this is the Center Street On-System project. It will improve Center Street from Veterans Drive to Main Street. Here's the alignment and the project limits of this project. Here's the site information. It's parcel 16TE. Property interests include here a temporary easement of 525 square feet, and improvements within the easement include roadway construction. And we do believe this requires to promote the public health and safety and welfare of the community, and the acquisition of the property is required to complete the project. And we ask that you approve the resolution.
I move that the city of Kyle authorize the use of power of eminent domain to acquire temporary grading easement over 525 square feet of land from property owned by General Electric Telephone Company of the Southwest, as described in agenda item 33 for the public use of constructing public roadway infrastructure improvements for the Center Street roadway improvement project.
Second.
Motion by the mayor, second by Councilmember Harris. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Tobias, Zuniga,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Heiser,
Yes.
Rizzo.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item 34. Consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a temporary grading easement from a parcel of land containing 400 square feet as described in Exhibit A to the resolution from certain real property owned by Kyle 150 Center LLC for the public use and purpose of construction of public roadway infrastructure improvements for the Jack C. Hayes project. Ms. Schmeitz.
Again, this is Jack C. Hayes Improvement Project. It will improve Jack C. Hayes Trail from Veterans Drive to north of Whitty Road. Here are the project limits. This is parcel 8TE. Property interests include here a temporary easement of 400 square feet, and improvements within the easement include roadway reconstruction. And we ask that you approve the resolution.
All right, I move that the City of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire temporary grading easement over 400 square feet of land from property owned by Kyle 150 Center LLC as described in Agenda Item 34 for the public use of constructing public roadway and infrastructure improvements for the Jack C. Hayes Roadway Improvement Project.
Second.
Motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Heiser,
Yes.
Tobias, McKinney,
Yes.
Rizzo,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Zuniga.
Present.
All right.
I'm joking, yes, yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item number 35. Consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn if necessary fee simple title to a parcel of land containing .8852 acres and a public utility easement from two parcels of land containing .5337 acres total as described in Exhibits A and B to the resolution from certain real property owned by Irma Gomez Palacios for the public use and purpose of construction of public roadway improvements for the Kyle Parkway Lehman Road Extension Project. Mr. Mites.
Again, this is for the Kyle Parkway and Lehman Road Extension Project. It's going to extend Lehman Road from Bunton Creek Road to Daisy Lane and Kyle Parkway from Daisy Lane to the new Lehman Road. Here is a map of the project limits. This is for parcel 20 and 20E. The property interests here include fee simple right-of-way of 0.8852 acres and an easement of 0.5377 acres. Improvements within the right-of-way and the easement include roadway construction and drainage. And we ask that you approve the resolution.
All right, I move that the City of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire .8852 acres of land in fee simple and a public utility easement over .5337 acres of land from property owned by Irma Gomez Palacios as described in Agenda Item 35 for the public use of constructing public roadway improvements for the Kyle Parkway Roadway Improvement Project.
Second.
Motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Tobias? Yes, ma'am. McKinney?
Yes.
Rizzo?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Zuniga?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Heiser?
Yes.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item 36, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn if necessary fee simple title to a parcel of land containing .8797 acres and a public utility easement from two parcels of land containing .2705 acres total as described in Exhibits A and B to the resolution from certain real property owned by Joe N. Riojas Edwards and Robert Edwards for the public use and purpose of construction of public roadway improvements for the Kyle Parkway Lehman Road Extension Project. Ms. Schmitz.
Again, this is for the Kyle Parkway and Lehman Road Extension Project. It will extend Lehman Road from Bunton Creek Road to Daisy Lane and Kyle Parkway from Daisy Lane to the new Lehman Road. There's a map of the project limits. This is for parcel 21 and 21E. Property interests here include fee simple right-of-way of 0.8797 acres and an easement of 0.2705 acres. Improvements within the right-of-way and easement include roadway construction, and we ask that you approve the PCN.
All right, I move that the City of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire .8797 acres of land in fee simple and a public utility easement over .2705 acres of land from property owned by Joanne Riojas Edwards and Robert Edwards as described in Agenda Item 36 for the public use of constructing public roadway improvements for the Kyle Parkway Roadway Improvement Project.
Second.
All right, motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Harris that we approve Agenda Item 36. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Harris?
Yes.
Zuniga?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Tobias? Heiser?
Yes.
Rizzo?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Amber.
Thank you.
All right, how many items do we bring up in a row here, or do you want to bring them all up at the same time for the Wiegand property? It's 36, 37, 38, 39.
Actually, it'd be 37, 38, and
Oh,
39.
I'm sorry, yes.
Those three.
37 through 39. If there are
Yes,
no
sir.
objections, I'm going to bring all items up. At the same time, we do have two public hearings on 38 and 39. Can I bring them all up and then call the public hearing for the items at the, or, okay. All right, so we're going to bring them all up at the same time. Please don't let me forget to hold the two public hearings. Agenda item 37 is consider approval of an ordinance authorizing a development agreement with RD and MML Wiegand Family Trust and City Point Kyle LLC for approximately plus or minus 99 acre tracts for property located at 1100 East FM 150 in Hays County, Texas. And agenda item 38, first reading, consider approval of an ordinance for a voluntary annexation of approximately 101.13 acres, being 98.88 acres known as the Wiegand Tract and 2.225 acres of adjacent County Road 158 right-of-way located at 1100 East RR 150 between County Road 158 and RR 150. And agenda item 39, consider approval of an ordinance to rezone an approximately 98.88 acres tract of land from the interim zoning classification of AG to planned unit development consisting of approximately 13 acres of retail services, 48.4 acres single-family attached, garden home district, and 28.4 acres of apartment residential 3 R33 district for property located at 1100 East FM 150 in Hays County, Texas. Mr. Litz can present, then we'll do the two public hearings, and then we can open up for discussion. I believe the developer's also here as well to have a discussion. I do want to note before the presentation that these are all first reading items, meaning the discussion we have, the votes we take are not final. If the council moves it forward to second reading, that's when the votes will be consummated. Mr. Litz.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. So we've got a big project tonight, going to be discussing several factors, and so I'm going to run through fairly quickly, but if I go too fast, please ask me to slow down. So tonight, we're looking at a proposed mixed-use development. It's going to take multiple approvals, so we're going to go through some of the items that's for your consideration tonight. Those are in bold. That is the development agreement. It's going to regulate our building materials, utility upgrades, responsibilities, parkland fees, vibes, city obligation, developer obligations. We're also going to talk about the annexation, which would bring the property into the city limits and allows for the zoning. And then we're going to talk about the proposed PUD zoning instead of the interim of ag, which this would come into. A couple of other items that are going to be riders with this project that you'll see on the 21st meeting are the Public Improvement District. The Water Certificate of Conveyance and Necessity is a CCN swap with County Line to serve the tract. Resolution of no objection. This is to allow a tax credit housing project to be developed on the site. And again, those will come back to council on the 21st with the second read of the three items we're considering tonight. So this summary on the development agreement, again, it's establishing utility service improvements, transportation, TIA requirements, parkland dedication, the Public Improvement District, tax credit housing, CCM, and building materials. When we looked at the utilities as part of this development agreement, again, this is City of Kyle's wastewater CCN, so we are responsible to serve the tract as one portion. However, County Line is the water provider in the area. The County Line does not have the infrastructure currently installed to support the development, which is why the applicant has reached out to them and looking at doing a swap with the City of Kyle. But this swap will give the city full control over the utilities, so not just sewer, we'll have water and sewer. The development utilities, they are requesting approximately 740 LUEs. This is going to be 1 LUE per single family home, 0.75 for townhomes, and 0.5 for multifamily units. I'm going to go through a phasing plan that discusses the LUEs and the water availability, and so the dates listed in bold are going to be for when those allotted LUEs each phase would expire, and then there's some dates on when they theoretically would start. The city's consultant has modeled the water demands. We do have sufficient resources available to meet the proposed phasing schedule that the developer has outlined. So phase one would start approximately August 1st through 2027. It's approximately 330 LUEs. That's 350 for the multifamily, 150 single family homes, and about 15,000 square feet of commercial. Phase two is going to be 160 single family homes, 3,500 square feet of commercial. And then phase three, another 170 LUEs. That'll be the 315 for the second multifamily, and then another 20,000 square feet of commercial. And then wrapping it up, phase four is the remaining 20 single-family homes for the single-family residential. The DA does discuss that there is the minimum 70,000 square foot of commercial in here. It also has some triggers in here that says they must complete this square footage on the commercial before they can move into any second phase on the single family. So we're making sure that we're going to get the commercial before we get the residential. The project is going to be developed in accordance with that phasing schedule. The developer could maintain some LUEs if they adopt reservation fees, if the city does. But right now, we're saying that if they do not develop according to that time frame, then those LUEs will come back and they can be reallocated to other developments within the city. Impact fees for wastewater shall be paid the adopted 23 wastewater impact fee rate just for the multifamily and single-family units in Phase 1. If they do not commence construction on Phase 1 before the December 31st, 2028 date, then they shall pay the wastewater impact fee rate at the time that they come for permitting. Developers' obligations, again, they're going to design, permit, and construct our water and wastewater utilities, provide or pay the cost for the city system if required to oversize the development, and then all cost of infrastructure exceeding that minimum to serve the project will be credited to their impact fees when they come in and permit those individual pad sites. City's obligation is to provide our water service in the proposed phases and timelines, accept all the public improvements once they're constructed and accepted, and then we will need to assist the developer with right-of-way acquisition. They're going to need to use our eminent domain power to get some of these properties to extend those utilities to serve this site, but they will cover the costs associated with that acquisition. Development agreement also talks about transportation. There's approximately 7.2 acres that's going to be conveyed to the city for Chevo Pastrano Senior Parkway. ALM fees will be waived as part of this agreement, but the value of the land donated is between $940,000 and $3.7 million for that roadway. This is looking at a minor arterial of 100 feet of right-of-way. Once completed, this road will connect FM 150 and Yarrington Road. So the city is working on designing the section that goes through the Aladdin tract that you see just south of the Wiegand tract. So that will be one of our largest segments of the new street here. TIA is required. Any off-site improvements, not just on Chevo Pastrano, but 150, 158, or any other intersections would need to be done at the responsibility of the developer at their cost. But our analysis of this shows that up to 15% traffic diversion off of 150 once this section is completed. And then as that road continues, then hopefully those numbers will continue to climb and relieve some of that congestion. The city is going to design and construct the road. We're going to include storm and sewer and drainage for the property. And then the city will fund the project via the developer contribution and repay itself via TERS number 4 reimbursements. The development agreement also talks about parkland. There's a 1.5 acre community park and pavilion that's going to be donated to the city. That'll be a fee simple donation. There's approximately 0.9 miles or 2 acres of vibe trail that's being provided. 7 acres of active parks and detention that's dedicated via public access easements. Additional community trails and parkland and then a retail pocket park possibly. And then 10.5 total acres of parkland open to the public, but will be maintained by the developer. When it comes to the community park, again, that's 1.5 acres, but they are proposing about 1,500 square foot indoor meeting space, restrooms, drinking fountain, covered sports court, playscape, utilizing native landscape. The open space is about 7 acres. When we looked at their parkland dedication, they're exceeding, so their development obligations, they're required to provide $960,000. They're providing about $2 million in parkland improvements. The development agreement's also talking to discuss the PID CCN swap and the RONO. Again, not for consideration tonight. That will be the next council meeting. These items, again, the PID will be fund to utilize road and infrastructure cost. The CCN swap's going to ensure the project can be served in the near future. And then again, the RONO is just to support the affordable housing tax credit project. The tax credit project is going to require a pilot payment to the city. That's going to be $3.5 million upfront and $125,000 plus 3% each year, starting in year 16 through 30. This is done to offset some of the loss of revenue while this is in its tax abatement stage. But the payment schedule is as follows. So approximately $100,000 within 30 days after the approval, $150,000 within 90 days of approval. It'll be $250,000 within 180 days, and then $500,000 upon award of construction contract for the Chevo Pastrano extension. $900,000 will be provided upon completion, acceptance, and opening of that roadway, and then the final 1.6 million upon issuance of building permit for any multifamily development. So that's the breakdown of that 3.5 upfront payment. The development agreement also discussed building materials. This is important. This project is not in the city, and it would not be in an overlay if it came in. So this is the only way we can control building materials. So they're proposing 40% minimum brick or stone. That is not stucco. That is a true masonry product. And then the remaining materials can use stucco, cementitious siding, metal, or tile. They did include some of the images. So when this comes before staff, this would be kind of the images we look at to verify whether they're meeting the building elevation requirements. I'm going to jump into discussing the annexation real quick. So the city, this tract is owned by the Wiegans. The city has a non-annexation development agreement with them. So any development of the property, subdivision of land over the next year, 60 days, 30 days would trigger annexation. So we would be back at some point. The property is to be annexed is approximately 101 acres. That's going to include the 98 acres for the Wiegand tract. And then according to state law, we also have to annex the county road that's adjacent to that. So we'll bring that into the city as well. Again, the interim zoning is agriculture, and which is why we'll be discussing a PUD for that moving forward. Here's the schedule for annexation. September 16th, we held the resolution accepting the annexation petition. We've got the first public hearing, first reading ordinance tonight, and then the second reading on the 21st. So the PUD requested zoning, again, it's 98 acres. It's broken up into three districts: the retail services, the single-family attached garden home district, and then the residential R33 district. So you can see them broken up here on the map. And this is an illustrative plan showing the layout of the proposed project. When we talk about the retail services land uses, again, I mentioned earlier that there's a minimum 70,000 square foot that must be constructed. They can always do more should they suit their needs, but that is the minimum that the city will be looking at getting. Some additional uses that are going to be allowed in the RS is civic parkland. The developer is looking at donating approximately 3 acres to the city for a facility. If we do not build a facility within a certain time frame, then that would be converted to parkland or open space in the interim. There are some limited uses that they are proposing in here, so we're looking at one of each. These would be banks without drive-throughs, mattress stores, a maximum of 2,500 square feet, and a liquor store, maximum of 2,500 square feet. Prohibited uses are kind of typical of our list: bail bonds, payday loans, vape, tobacco shops, gas stations, car washes, self-storage, dog washing, ice machines, standalone kiosks, and then auto sales, parts, and repair. When we look at the development standards for this, they're not asking for any special setbacks or landscaping. This is going to be entirely within the city's adopted code. The only difference on the landscaping is that they're not required to screen that multifamily that's adjacent to the commercial. So pretty happy with the no variances. And then when we look at the residential uses, again, it's 630 unit maximum. It's going to be 2 multifamily projects. There will be a typical market rate and then a tax credit project. Some additional uses are any uses allowed in the commercial. So if one of the apartments wanted to do some ground floor retail, they would be allowed to do that, which would be in alignment with our city's comprehensive plan. When we talk about the R33, they do have some variances. Building height, they're looking at 4 stories and 55 feet. They're looking at setbacks at 20 feet to Chevo Pastrano Senior Parkway. I don't know that they'll even get that close. If you noticed on the map, there is a very large electric transmission line easement there. I believe it's almost 100 feet wide, so they probably won't get into anywhere there except maybe at the northern end, closer to 150. Again, landscaping is going to be in accordance with our city's landscaping ordinance, and parking is 1.5 units, spaces per unit. They are going to provide 10% guest parking, and then 20% of the overall parking will be covered. Single-family land uses, there are 330 maximum units in this development. They're going to be detached front-loaded, detached alley-loaded, townhome, patio homes, or accessory dwelling units. There are no minimums listed for either type in this PUD. That was a comment made earlier tonight, so there's something for you to consider as you move forward. This is the basic setbacks. Again, 15 and 10. Corner sides are 10, sides 550 for the townhomes, rear pretty standard. These are the minimum square footages. So detached front loads are 4,000 square foot minimum lot, alleys are 3,000 square foot, and then townhomes are 1,200 square foot. Impervious covers adjusted accordingly. You'll see 90% there. That's just because those properties will be built lot line to lot line with a common wall. Garage placement, something that we discussed with them quite a bit. So front-loaded products, they have a minimum 20 foot from the front property line. They may not extend to the front of the facade of the house, so that'll prevent any kind of typical snout houses that you see. Detached alley loaded, again, they're behind. Townhomes, patios, they're behind the main structure as well. When we looked at parking for this area, there are some areas that have paseos, so the front of the house actually opens up to kind of a park area, so their only parking is in the rear. They don't have a street parking, so guest parking was a concern for us. So they're doing 2 per unit for front loaded, 2 per unit on rear loaded, plus 25% visitor parking. That parking can be done either along right-of-ways or at park areas. We'll see that through the site plan. We're not sure exactly where those are going to go. The developer will outline that. And then garages, 70% of all lots will have the garages. They're going to allow some surface parking or carports for rear-loaded products only. Water conservation was a big discussion with the staff and the team. They are going to implement aspects of One Water. So One Water is kind of a holistic approach of capturing and reusing water on your site. There's 100 things in there that can be done. They're going to utilize some of these, which is native drought, tolerant landscaping, artificial turf, mulch or aggregate. They do want to utilize low impact development designs, drainage swales, rain gardens, and then ultimately all the water from their detention pond is going to be captured, pumped back up to a water storage tank, and that'll be utilized to irrigate their landscaping and serve the property. So hopefully lowering our reliance on our potable water supply. When we looked at the comprehensive plan, this property was identified as regional commercial. This is a very general location, as you can see by the kind of circle. The consultants felt that with this vacant land, that there'd be some kind of regional commercial in this area. It's also traditional neighborhood, so when you look at those two, the proposed uses fit with what they're asking for. So when you look at the mixed use typologies, you see the term many over. That's a fancy way of saying apartment with ground floor retail. So the R33 does allow the land use. This project does not have a minimum, but it does allow that use, so it would meet with the comp plan. When we looked at a financial analysis of this, we kind of broke it down on revenues that we would be taking in. Some of them are one-time revenues. Some of them are annual revenues. This does not include all revenue. This does not include any building permits, any site plan, any construction plans. It's basically looking at the property tax based on their improvements, the pilot year payment in year 1, and then pilot payments 16 through 30. There's the value of the city civic site, again, 3 acres. There's the protected sales tax revenue, impact fees for water and wastewater, because again, we will be collecting both if we approve the CCN swap. There's the parkland development fee, and then the right-of-way dedication, again, could be up to $3 million on that value of land. So when you look at the total revenue value that could be generated for this project over 30 years, you're looking at 69 to 72 million. Again, there could be additional revenues generated for that, but it roughly going to average 2.3 to 2.4 per year moving forward. So we did go to P&Z on September 23rd. We held a public hearing. They made their recommendation and approved a vote of 6-0. They did request a couple of changes or recommended changes to council. They wanted to require any structures located within parcels 1 and 2, that's the multifamily tract and the commercial tract, go through the CUP process. They wanted to take a look at those elevations and be able to approve them and not have an administrative approval. They did want to limit any satellite parking for the single family for guest parking to trailheads, retail areas or civic locations. If they're going to count parking on the street as their guest parking, we want to ensure that it meets the minimum widths that would allow fire to life safety and parking on both sides of the street. So if they have streets smaller than that, that could affect some of their parking and their layout. P&Z also recommended that they update the backup attachments. So in the PUD images, what you got in your packet would show the new images and renderings of the commercial and the multifamily building elevations. So those were updated prior to tonight. And then they add a statement to the single-family description clarifying that both alley load and front load configurations will be allowed within the zoning district. So I do want to mention, though, on this one, I think the developer is on board with all of these changes. They do have one regarding the CUP. They have some concerns with that they'd probably like to discuss with you. And then we can turn it over to them when appropriate. So at this time, Mayor, if you can open the public hearings, receive comments, and close those public hearings for each of the following items individually, just to make sure everything's on board. And then you can consider and take action on those each individually. All right. So at this point, your options are to approve as presented, approve with modifications, or recommend denial. Staff recommends approval of option 1 on the development agreement and the annex ordinance. That's approved as presented. And then for the PUD ordinance, staff recommends approval of the requested PUD with the P&Z recommended changes. So at this time, I'd be glad to answer any technical questions you have on that. The developer's here if you have any questions regarding the development itself.
All right, this item has 2 public hearings, so if there are no objections, I'm going to go through those public hearings. All right, seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing for the voluntary annexation of the 101.13 acres. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on the annexation? Mr. Rocha.
Good evening, Council. I know it's long. Kenneth Rocha, hometown Kyle. So it's not unusual for all of this, for projects of this size to happen in sequence, right? You have annexation, you have the PUD or the rezoning, and you have the PID. My request, and I do have to amend, I thought it was on the consent agenda and I said pull it. I know it's not. Was to allow the PID hearing to happen. I know everything that you're asked to digest today includes the P&Z's recommendation, and as diligent as you were with the library board, I would ask that you do the same with the P&Z board and take this massive project into consideration piece by piece. Lumping it all together, there's something that's going to be missed, right? And so I understand we're going to be diligent with it, and staff has been. And so my ask is just to allow the PID hearing to happen on the 21st, and then allow the annexation, the development agreement, and the other ones happen the following council meeting. That way, we can make sure even the discussions today in public comment was that some concern regarding the CUP and some of the townhomes. That way we can flesh out exactly what it is, what the developer is amenable to as well. But it also allows the area that's going to be mostly impacted that opportunity for public hearing on the 21st for us to digest that and then bring hopefully everything all together at once. So that's my ask, and your consideration is appreciated.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Public hearing is now closed. Now I'm going to have the second public hearing. This is the approval of an ordinance to rezone the acreage and the PUD. So if there are no objections, I'm going to open the public hearing. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on the zoning? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Public hearing is now closed. I'm going to open it up for council. In particular, I think it'd be good to engage with the developers. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the presentation, Jason. Do you guys mind one of y'all coming forward?
Jorge Canavati with ATX Capital, the developer.
Thank you. During the P&Z meeting, you were asked to make a commitment to a specific quantity of townhomes as part of the 330 multifamily units that that are listed in this presentation. You said that the market in Kyle doesn't command the townhome product. And, number one, I would just like to know where that information or data is coming from to say that. And, let's start there.
Since we've been working on this project at the start of this year, we've been in conversations with several home builders that are active in Kyle. And it basically comes from them, from the feedback that we're getting from some of the home builders. It is specific to current market conditions and current market dynamics, and specific to the particular home builders that we are talking to. So it's not a broad statement about the demand or lack of demand in Kyle for townhome product. It's more so the interest that that's being relayed to us from the home builders that have been showing more of an interest in the property.
All right, thank you for that. So this is something, and my colleagues know, this is something I care about a great deal. I know the Wiegand family is here, and just talking directly to you guys, when this project came back early last year, and I was trying as hard as I can to carry this project forward as to be a housing solution type development for the city of Kyle. I firmly believe that given the current construct of development that exists in our city, that we have a lot of one product and a lot of another, and we don't have, there's a missing middle when it comes to the types of housing that we have. If you look at page 73 of our comprehensive plan, you will see that single family allows for ADUs, cottage courts, townhomes, small plexes, none of which are townhomes, but not a quantity of townhomes. None of those other things are included in under the single family umbrella for this development, which would help to increase the diversification of our housing product here in the city. There are a number of reasons why having more price points for homeownership is important. It promotes affordability, prevents displacement, creates more pathways to ownership, balances our tax base, also puts less strain on our existing infrastructure and the need to invest in more future infrastructure. It is better for land sustainability and water efficiency. And also it promotes a more wide range of ages of people who can live in our city and afford to live in our city. So those were the reasons why I was interested in this development to begin with. And then there was a change sometime early this year that you guys came on board, and the project, in my opinion, lost all of that outside of just the small number of quote unquote affordable housing that is tied into the multifamily. So it's frustrating to be sitting here knowing how much water I carried for this project for very specific reasons, and I feel like those reasons were conveyed throughout the process. I've gotten feedback from a few different folks that a lot of the deal points that we negotiated with the first group who was working on this development, those deal points carried over when you guys took control of this development. But any of the commentary that I just made around housing, none of that carried over. And that to me is very frustrating. And to then see that when asked if you guys would make a commitment to the single thing, the single housing product that allows for home ownership, the townhomes, you guys didn't want to make a commitment because the way that it felt as a viewer at home is that you guys didn't think it was a product that you needed to build to fill a need in the city. And I haven't talked to anyone who agrees with that statement. I understand the conditions for you guys and what you are trying to build and the models around home building. But in order for me to support this project, I'm gonna need you guys to make commitments to certain quantities, because otherwise, this is just a transportation project. Like, this is giving us things that we already have in terms of housing. And I know it solves, checks the box for you guys, but it doesn't for us. Like, it doesn't fill any of the gaps. Like, even the presence of multifamily is not in line with our comprehensive plan. Like, this area does not, it prohibits multifamily being built. We're making concessions on that for you guys with this project. I would like to ask you to consider making those concessions, that you're stating with, that there's no need, that put that aside, because there is a need. We have a need for it. It is, the average price point to buy a home is $360,000 in the city. That is way too expensive for, if we want to promote continuity in our city and make sure that those who are most vulnerable to all the increases that we're seeing with water, wastewater, track, everything is getting more expensive. We need to be doing as many things from here as we can to try to make that less painful for people. So I would like to propose to the group that 20% of the 330 units be committed to townhomes. And with that said, like, there needs to be, it can't just all be done in like the last phase of the project. Like, it needs to be dispersed within the phasing of the single family homes, which I think is phase 1, phase 2, and phase 4, if I'm remembering correctly. Is that something, sorry for all of that, but with all that said, is that something you guys would commit to? Like, that's the only thing I care about with this project.
Yeah, thank you for your feedback. And actually, after the last P&Z meeting, we did hear the feedback loud and clear, and we weren't ready to make a commitment at that time. And actually, part of it, it's not that we don't want or envision townhomes as part of this project. Even in the presentation that Jason did, we do have townhomes contemplated as part of the project. We've just been trying to maintain maximum flexibility because we want the site to be developed as soon as possible. And but it has always been our intent to develop townhomes here. We believe in that product type. We are the product type that we've been proposing is other than townhomes has been a mix of 45 and 35 foot lots. And the 35-foot lots, we do see them as aiming for that missing middle, even though it's not attached product. It is detached product, but it is at a similar, slightly higher price point, but it is lower than the average home price in Kyle, and thus it is targeted towards that missing middle. But with all that said, we can make a commitment to townhomes. My only concern with 20% is that we could potentially lose some flexibility or momentum, particularly early in the earlier phases of the project. I do think that as the retail starts being developed, there will be more of an opportunity to develop denser product. But it is definitely something that we can accommodate. I don't know if we can commit right now to the 20%, but maybe something closer to 10 or 15% we could commit to right now. And if not the 20, let us go back and review and see what we can do before we commit to that.
Okay, I mean, it's something I'd like to have ironed out in the PUD when that time comes, if we can do that. All right,
Hang on, let's linger on that for just a second. So we don't want to have it come back and not be necessarily what we're negotiating for here. So just to sort of reiterate, I do agree, and I've heard through the years many council members have expressed a desire to see townhome product And through the years, I've been told by developers and in particular home builders that the townhome product is not feasible. And then the council members respond and say, well, you don't know if it's marketable until you build it. And if you say that you can't build it because it's not marketable and you don't build it, how will you ever know? And the only townhome products that we have in the city of Kyle are like in the Plum Creek area and a few other spots, and they all do extremely well. And they do provide for that missing middle, but there's not that many. And so I do appreciate your willingness to say that you would commit to a certain use. And it's kind of like what our the P&Z chair who came and spoke said, like, you know, if down the road it just becomes the case that you absolutely cannot get a townhome product, you're always welcome to come back and apply for something different. But I think that commitment is something that this council would really like to see in this agreement to feel like it actually fulfills the vision of what we're talking about. So if the 20% is not something then that you can commit to, can you give us a better sense of what you might be pursuing? And for example, if you already have a sale, because I understand that even the way the financials are structured, you've probably got a deal on the table for at least a portion of the multifamily. That's what that sale, that transaction is what's going to allow for you to pay into the system, and it's what's allowing for the right-of-way dedication and all the financials around that. So I understand that particular part of it, but I do think an aggregate of something like 20% as far as the overall land use makes a lot of sense. So can you work with staff to bring back something, even if you're tweaking it in order to facilitate what you've got on the table that obviously is what's going to make this deal happen? Can you bring something back that is fundamentally in the spirit of what the Mayor Pro Tem is requesting so that we don't get to this point on the 21st and still be misaligned?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Councilor Harris.
Can I change the topic?
Yes.
Slight change. On what you're calling the One Water, I don't find that to be One Water at all. That is landscaping and runoff management. Those are both important, and those plans are good for that. I would still like to see at least condensate recapture or capture for watering immediately around the apartments and the retail. I'm not expecting that on the single family, but it would certainly be very practical around the retail and the apartments. It would be a drip, probably just a drip irrigation for the landscaping immediately there, but it would certainly provide a water savings.
That's something we've spent a lot of time working through with staff, and early on, staff did a good job at pointing us to a project that's a reference in Wimberley that very successfully implemented some of the approaches of One Water, and we were able to get in touch with a company that designed that system.
That would have been the school.
The school, that's right. Innovative Water Solutions is a company, and we've been working with them over the last month or so, and they're very familiar with One Water and work proactively at implementing that approach in many projects. And we've discussed what they're suggesting is the most efficient and powerful way in which we can reuse the water in our site, considering the project that we have. We have a 98-acre property, and we're going to have the infrastructure in place, and everything's going to drain to the detention pond. And if we can pump that water from the detention pond into a very large storage tank, we could collect a lot more water than what we could collect from the roofs from the multifamily projects.
I'm not suggesting roof capture.
Correct.
I'm suggesting just the AC unit condensate to be used around the buildings immediately. The One Water at the school is very complex, and it truly is One Water. It has outstanding. I'd love to see all of our new buildings go to that, but that's not really practical for us right now, I know. But I would like it at least to have the condensate capture. And as far as using the runoff in the pond, that sounds like it could be good, except for the fact that so many of the retention ponds have no water in them during the summer, which is when you need most of the water. So I don't think you can count on being able to use that for any kind of irrigation, especially during the summer.
We've spent a lot of time looking into this because we're trying to incorporate as many aspects of home water as we can. And the AC condensate is really something that we didn't know a lot about. And so we've been researching over the last couple months, and we've met with multifamily developers, asked about it. Most multifamily developers aren't also very familiar with how to do that. Even in the multifamily project, we're talking multiple buildings for each project, probably around 8 or so buildings, and each unit is going to have their own system. We won't have a centralized system, and so to be able to collect the condensate from the AC for each unit, it would require a very complex network of pipes to be able to collect all that. And this is something that we've discussed with Innovative Water Solutions as well, to see if there are other projects that they can point us to so that we can look at them and learn how it was implemented in similar projects. And we haven't been able to come across one yet. And so it's something that we're still trying to work on that to see if it's something that we can commit to. But right now, we just haven't found a similar project that has implemented the AC condensate solution. You see it more in large office buildings or even high-rise apartment buildings that has vertical plumbing structure, but in ours it's going to be 3-story buildings. It's more of a horizontal structure, and so it becomes a lot more difficult to implement the AC concept. But we're going to continue to look into that.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that, and bring that some information back on the PUD. when we
Yes.
Go to the PUD.
All right, anyone else? Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, the outlet malls in San Marcos have done a great job with water capture. If you want to go and see what they've done, I'd probably highly suggest that. They just got an award last year on their water capture program from their condensation from AC. So I would definitely reach out to them and see what they're doing, just to help out a little bit. Just wanted to help you out. But the other thing I'm talking about is the turf. We've got some turf around there. What kind of turf are we using? Or is it something that's going to be a heat turf, or is it going to be something that's more designed to deflect a lot of that heat island that the turf does? What are we looking at doing with the turf right now?
We don't really have specific plans or really the intent to use a lot of it. It was really more so included as another way to use less water, have less area to irrigate. So not really any specific plans for
So maybe it's a native, xeriscaping, something like that. Take a look at that. Turf, make sure we're getting turf that's not going to create a barrier from water going into the ground. Making sure it's not there's different types of turf out there. So there's some, it's the granules you use in turf as well. Making sure use something that's biodegradable, making sure we're not using something that's going to affect, the water systems around us. So we do have some ponds in the area, some creeks as well. The other thing I was going to talk about is the phasing schedule. When are we looking at doing the courts for basketball and the community center? What stages are those coming online?
Those are planned to come online by the 200th single-family home. So probably in the second phase.
Second phase, during the second phase, and what insurances do we have that it's going to go on? What if you get all your multifamily and then decide, you know what, we're done? What insurances do we have as a city that those community centers will come forward and the basketball goes as well?
The courts are tied specifically to the single family. So basically, if we don't build those courts, we wouldn't be able to go on after the 200th home. So we still have a long way to go after those. So we're going to want to make sure that those are
I just keep thinking, you've got all that multifamily coming in. Those courts will be very beneficial for the people in multifamily. I think the court aspect would probably be something I'd push to get a little sooner, because you've got all that multifamily coming in. The community center, I probably could wait till the rest of the rooftops are coming in. But I think the courts are gonna be really important when it comes to having that single family, because the multifamily, because you got these people in apartments now. They need somewhere to go. If we could move that phasing up just on the courts, that's not a big lift. I mean, it's not that expensive to do something like that, so I would appreciate moving that one up a little bit.
We can definitely move up
And then,
the basketball courts to phase 1.
Yeah, that would be great, and I appreciate that, thank you. And then just making sure that we stay on schedule with everything. Look, we've had a lot of developers come up here and promise us a lot of stuff, and I don't want you to think we're picking on you. I just want you to know that we've been promised the moon a bunch of times. We want to make sure that we're getting everything that we're pushing to the community, saying this is why this project's so good. This is the reason why we want to move forward with it, not just because of the roadway, it's because it's a good project. We're going to bring some affordable housing. I concur with Mayor Pro Tem that, one of the things that I've noticed in the last 3 years people have asked for is more, townhomes. We have a lot of people that want that product, and we just don't have it here in the city of Kyle. I think it'll be very successful for you moving forward, so if y'all could commit to it, I'd really appreciate it. You could be the first to say, you know what, we did it and it's successful, and put that development to others as well. Maybe you'll be the catalyst for it, so we'll see what happens. But I'm thinking it'll be a great product for y'all, honestly, so we'll see how it goes. And then moving forward, I think that's pretty much all my concerns right now, and just making sure you uphold your part of the deal when it comes to phasing. Oh, my last thing is the 158. Brian, 158, can we go back to the map for 158, please? Where it shows 158, 150, the project, so we can see both roads.
Thank you, Mr. Wizard.
Wow, that was quick. He's always watching.
Right here, yeah, that one will work right there. So we're looking at 158 right there. The width of the project, I'm worrying about the road right there. 150, there's nothing we can do, it's state highway, but 158, we're gonna incorporate that once we annex this property. What are we gonna do for that segment right there? You got a single, it's almost like a single lane of road. It's supposed to be 2 lane, but it feels like a single lane. What can we do for the turning radius, for improving that small section of roadway? I'm not asking you to do the entire 158, but every road's it can be built in processes, right, in phases. What can we do for this section? And that way, when we go to do more of the 158, if we annex more of it, or the county brings something forward, we're slowly building this and making it a safer road. What can we do for that section right there, just to make it safer to get in and out? Because I can already see the traffic patterns.
There's a lot of options to improve road safety. I don't know that I can go into any details right at this time without having the full review of the TIA and going through and seeing what systems are affected, whether it's widening turn lanes, a decel lane. I'm sure there's going to be some requirements as part of that TIA, which is why we're requiring that as part of the development agreement.
Sounds good. And as long as we address that, make sure we're doing all we can. Look, honestly, if we're doing sections at a time, eventually we get to the whole road, right? But making sure as developments come in, we've got some developments already. We should have been addressing that with those other developments, and we didn't do that. I wasn't around back then. But now that I'm around, I want to make sure that we're doing what we can to improve road and safety in those roads, especially when they were old, as Councilor Tobias also alludes to. These were, farm roads made for tractors and pickup trucks, and now we're putting all this traffic on there. So making sure we're doing improvements all the way down that road would be great, every section that we can.
Yes, sir.
Cool, thank you.
Councilor Zuniga.
Thank you, Jorge. I think it's a really nice project. We've looked at it for many years, 2 years. I've seen this project come back in different shapes. I know it's difficult to be up here and try to commit to this versatility. It's complex with everything involved. One thing I see with townhomes is they just become good investments for other people. So although you're trying to serve a demand and a need for people that can get into a lower barrier, sometimes it doesn't work that way, because someone else with more money can just buy them off and they become investments that they're holding to. So I would just say, that's why I can understand that part of it. You got to be careful with what's brought into the product. Then I'm just looking forward that the retail here really benefits the development for you in the phases that it gets completed, and that it's, essential basic services that are useful for the people who would be living here. Those would be my comments to this project of yours.
Thank you, and I agree, the retail is something that we're putting a lot of emphasis in because it's gonna be a crucial part for the rest of the project, and particularly if we are doing more dense product type, then those buyers are gonna need the proximity of retail services.
And then I have a follow-up question, but for staff, for Brian. So I get a lot of concerns. Obviously, I live in this area, so I'm gonna hear a lot about the traffic on 150, 158. I know this is a diversion of some of the traffic from 150, but there's still not a lot of ways out of there. In the future, there will be. This is kind of moving on to the future of Goforth. But where are we with the conversations, timelines with TxDOT? I know it's a state FM 150, and where are we with 158? Like, once this is built, this is a key intersection between both of those major roads. So where are we with those partners to tell the community that we are working on this? We know it's going to be bringing more traffic, but we are working with TxDOT, which is a major player here on 150 and 158, because they're, as we've done with the other road projects, when we get to a point where the road could be better improved if we just reached out and did a little more, it becomes a better infrastructure. So I just kind of want to reassure people that this is not something that we're not looking into anymore. Where are we with that?
Yeah, Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation Public Works. So there's a couple of components to that. One is we're partnering with the county to do a study of FM 150 in this area, how to improve mobility and safety. Also, we're going to be incorporating that and looking more closely at CR 158 as part of the Kyle Mobility Plan. And that's in process right now. We look forward to having those recommendations next spring in 2026. So that analysis is happening right now. So we're looking at it from a area mobility standpoint. We're looking at it from a couple of different angles right now. And we'll be partnering with TxDOT along the way on that.
And keep in mind that the Yarrington Road 150 realignment is going to take a lot of traffic off of 150. Once the new Yarrington Road bypass intersection loop comes into play, that's going to take a lot of traffic off 150 and 158. That's going to be a very important road for us. I did get confirmation the county did go forward with a CO bond. They got the dollars, so they're going to be moving forward with these. Really excited about that, and go county. It's good.
And I guess, Brian, I know there was a slide here about the total revenues over the 30 years, and that kind of seems a little bit misleading, because when you have to look at the maintenance cost of this, the park maintenance, the staff, more officers, so where would that number, I guess, really be? Once you include the 30 years that we do street maintenance, park maintenance.
There's clearly costs
Right.
that are going to be over that 30-year period as well. What we wanted to show is the magnitude of the development, the revenues that we thought were going to be there from a variety of different sources, so you could see all those in one place. So we went through the agreement. There were lots of pieces, the pilot payment, there were impact fees, there were commercial. We wanted to collapse all that in one place so you could see it. It's a very large number. Admittedly, there are certainly going to be costs to provide services to that group of people that are out there, and the maintenance and things like that. I don't have that number, but there's some very large revenues that you're getting right off the bat on, I think it was $14 million for impact fees right up front. You have a $3.5 million pilot payment, those things right up front to help find, and the donation of the land for the road that help get that project moving. That's what we were trying to show with that. It's not meant to be a full revenue and cost analysis of the proposal, but just to give you a magnitude of it and to show it all in one place.
Yeah, I get the sense that it would be net positive once we factored in
Right.
sewers, drains, wastewater, all the stuff we have to put into it, that hopefully it becomes net positive after.
Right, and those customers will be paying water and sewer rates on those utilities, which those rates are designed to recover the cost of those pipes and all of the maintenance and operations of those services over time as well. So that's meant to be a self-supporting system with the utilities, but the other general government type services that are needed for the development, such as police, fire, road maintenance, things like that, those were not included in that.
And I just have to ask, utilities will be underground here as well? No,
Electric
we are not gonna
utilities-
have poles, right? Off of
All
this
new
development?
infrastructure is required to be undergrounded. I don't think we've gotten into schematic design
Okay.
on what's existing, but if pretty much if they touch it or replace it, then it generally has to go underground. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Anything else? So on the P and Z recommendations, y'all were good with everything. If you had questions about the CUP, the CUP process as it was described to me would not require any items to come before the council, but would only come before the planning and zoning, and as long as it was compliant with the developer agreement, would be required to be approved. It seems to me like what that does is give the planning and zoning just a chance to continue to interact with the project as it moves forward. So is that a, you know?
Our original, I'm Rebecca Leonard, planner with Lionheart. Our original hope was that this could be an administrative approval because we've been spending all these months, as you've said, working on the development standards and meeting or exceeding your requirements at the city. And so at this point, we feel like a lot of those conversations that might be happening during a conditional use permit will have already happened, and it would just create one more, step in this process where, the hope with the PUD is that it can be a streamlined process from here on out, moving forward for implementation.
Well, but by law, if we enter into a contract with a PUD that has developer agreement attached to it, the Planning and Zoning Commission would be required, as long as it was compliant with that, they would be required to approve such an item. And so it does give them the chance to continue to interact with the project moving forward and to, ensure from the standpoint of the civilian side, I understand that staff would be, the main ones ensuring compliance, but then it would give the planning and zoning, and not the electeds, but the planning body, just like before, they were able to make some really important recommendations. It would give them the chance to make sure that what's being proposed is compliant with the agreement that we've put forward. So I'm just generally in favor of that as an idea, although I do very much understand your concern of not wanting some body or board to renegotiate the deal moving forward. But you have to understand that they can't do that by rule. And so it's kind of why wouldn't you allow for that process?
The way we understand and read the CUP process, it would give them say over, we would basically have to reapprove things like the building mass, the height, the masonry, and then the development agreement. We're saying that we'll have a minimum 40% masonry on the multifamily projects, for example. But that's another thing that is opened up in the CUP, and so those are the things that we've negotiated in the development agreement that we would like to have clarity around right now as we're getting the property entitled.
Well, I will admit, and this is a statement to council, that is correct, that staff will make sure that happens. And so there is not a whole lot for P and Z to do other than to disagree, I suppose, and they can't really necessarily disagree as long as it's compliant. So I'm okay with it either way on that particular item, but I wanted to make sure council had a chance to weigh in on this item and decide for yourselves whether you want to make that issue happen. When the Plum Creek development proposals come, it's almost always a headache. So I bet, for us, because we, have new people elected to council and they want to vote the way they want to vote as opposed to the way a contract was put together. And so I'm okay with it either way, but does anyone have a decision so we can either say yes to that or move on from it?
I'm okay with either way, but maybe staff could, if they feel the need, ask P and Z to look at something if they feel the need. I mean, but I would trust staff to oversee the contract and the DA.
Councilman Zuniga, we actually have some language in that development agreement that speaks to that. So currently, if they were to make a change in one of their projects or do something that we felt didn't meet the code, we have the authority to send that to P&Z to kind of review. And then if they don't like P&Z's recommendation, then it can come to council. So we have baked that into the document ahead of time.
All right, I have a motion if y'all want me to make, if y'all are okay with that. All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda items 37, 38, and 39 with all of the recommended planning and zoning commission changes, except for the CUP item, the increase of the phasing on as it relates to the basketball courts, going from phase 2 to guaranteed in the contract to be completed by the end of phase 1. And a proposal that includes 20% of townhomes to be delivered throughout the phasing of the project. Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on that motion?
Would you add research on the,
Well, they're gonna research on the water capture, but I don't know that that's something that they've agreed to, and then so for me, I wouldn't want to necessarily make that a demand right now if there's not a project that's nearby that they can. We'll have to wait and see on phase 2 at the second reading on that.
Okay.
So,
okay.
all right, any further discussion?
20% on the townhomes?
20% on townhomes, yes. Now, they're gonna work it out with staff, because I do think they need to have some flexibility on how they put that into the project.
Correct.
I would be just as happy to see some of that come out of the single family as out of the multifamily. But that's me personally, as long as it gets there and is satisfactory to the mayor pro tem, I'm good with that.
And I'd be good with that as well.
All right.
So that is what we are asking, plus P&Z's recommendations, and then it comes back next reading.
It should come back for a second
With
reading
those changes.
with all of those changes, but I'm quite certain this body will make sure of that they're all there.
Okay.
All right, any further discussion?
I just want to be flexible on that, not to hold them on 20%. That if it's a reasonable, good faith attempt. Because
I'll be
we've not done
flexible
that
on
for.
how they deliver the
right,
20,
right.
but I think 20 is very reasonable.
They can be creative, right?
So 20 is just getting the okay. They can always come back for amendment.
Right. Well, I want them.
That way you know.
Be creative with it, right?
That's just made it a little more cloudy for me.
Yeah. 20% delivered in the agreement.
20%. Let's go on.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. See you in a few weeks.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
All right, next up is agenda item number 40. Consider approval of a resolution to submit the city council's nominations for 2 upcoming director positions for appointment to serve on the board of directors of the Hayes Central Appraisal District. Mr. Mohit.
Mayor and Council, for the record, I'm Pervez Mohit, City's Director of Finance. A quick reminder, this item was discussed at the last council meeting on September 16th. And at that time, council directed staff to bring this item back for consideration by council at the following meeting. So I'm gonna go through the presentation real quickly. Most of this will look familiar to you. So the City of Kyle has received a request from the Chief Appraiser of Hayes Central Appraisal District requesting City Council's nominations to serve on the Board of Directors of the Hayes CAD. There are 2 director positions coming up for appointment. Both director positions are for a 4-year term that begins January 1st, 2026 and ends December 31, 2029. The deadline to submit the nominations to the Chief Appraiser is before October 15th, which means that the council, if you so choose to nominate anyone, it'll have to be tonight. The nomination must be submitted in the form of a resolution adopted by the City Council. There are a total of 9 director positions on the board. 5 are appointed by the taxing units, 3 are elected by majority vote at general election, And the 9th one is the ex officio director position served by the county tax assessor collector. The 2 director positions whose term ends on December 31st, 2025 are currently represented by Dripping Springs ISD and Hayes CISD. The eligibility requirements must be a resident of the district, must have resided in the district for at least 2 years immediately preceding the date the nominee takes office. A elected official can serve an employee of a taxing unit that participates in the appraisal district, such as the city manager, finance director. We are ineligible. A person may not serve if they're engaged in appraising property for compensation in preceding 3 years or has been an employee of the appraisal district in the preceding 3 years. Recommendation by the chief appraiser when considering a nominee. They recommend expertise in business management, information systems, computers, accounting, finance, real estate, and taxation. The total number of votes allocated to the city of Kyle is based on the 2024 tax levy of each taxing unit. So there's a total number of votes allocated, 2,000 votes amongst all taxing jurisdictions. City of Kyle has been allocated 4% or 81 votes. The key dates are, if council chooses to nominate, we have to submit it prior to October 15th. By October 30th, the chief appraiser will prepare ballots listing the candidates and send it back to the jurisdictions. And then the taxing units must cast their votes by December 15th. So the options for City Council tonight are, option 1, nominations by City Council and approve the resolution today for submission to Chief Appraiser before October 15th. This is an option, but you don't have to do it. Option 2, no nominations by City Council to submit, but wait for the ballot to come back from the Chief Appraiser. Then you cast vote as to one of those nominated on the ballot. And option 3 could be something else that council would like to do. So here we are seeking your direction.
So just to clarify, we can nominate anybody from council or staff? Is that accurate?
Council for sure, but staff would be difficult because most of us deal with the appraisal district.
What about like David Lopez?
Honestly, it's going to be the votes. It's going to be the school districts. It's going to be a lot of different jurisdictions that vote on this. Definitely want to bring somebody in that would get the votes because it's going to be really difficult. Or we could just sit back and wait to see who's nominated from other jurisdictions and then throw our votes that way. It's kind of how this works. I learned the process last year when I was thinking about serving on this board and saw how the votes come forward. It's actually a really tedious way to get on there. It's not easy. I'm gonna tell you right now.
You got to work a deal with the school board.
Yeah, you got
That's the only way.
to work with a lot of entities. San Marcos, Hayes. I mean, there's a lot of entities to work votes in. It's really tough. Make sure whoever you nominate has the understanding that they're gonna be a part of this board. It's gonna be a while, and they have a good understanding of math. So I know some people won't nominate, but anyway, just joking. But anyway, no, just know that it'll be a tough process to get on there. I tried to get on there last year. I kind of felt like sometimes, the appraisals were not fair and didn't really take the residents, in account. And I tried to get on there last year, but it was just a rough process. So whoever would like to be nominated or serve, I definitely would have my vote.
Do we not have the school board's nominations yet?
No, we won't see it till after October 15th.
Well, can't we wait and see who they nominate?
That would be option number 2.
Yeah, that's what we've done in the past. That's
Yes.
worked. And then you can get behind some, collaborate within your region kind of thing. Let them take the lead, but show them the support.
But this is the last time we can nominate someone.
That's right, if you want to have somebody else on the ballot.
I would go with option 2, because that way the list might change from the people we had last year. And at least we can be able to vet to see who actually would be qualified from that area. And like I said, Councilman Rizzo, yeah, you did put on there, but it is a very strenuous, I heard they're very picky on who they select, because they've got to have the expertise in all 5 of those categories in a sense, not just, well,
Yeah,
I'm a businessman or whatever, and I
Yeah.
have this. You've got to have all your ducks in a row with all those things.
Well, it really
You're also
wasn't
dealing with state laws and things like that.
It wasn't really the requirements that got me, it's all the different voting entities. The requirements aren't that strenuous, it's the voting entities, you gotta get the buy-in of everybody around you, and they're different jurisdictions, sorry, I'm not talking right now. But yeah, it's really hard to get those votes. It's the votes that are hard to get, unless you've already talked to everybody prior, trying to solicit votes, and you can get an understanding of what you're doing. But unfortunately, my schedule is really busy. I'm not gonna put my name in again this year because I've just got too much on my plate already.
Yeah, it's hard to win when you only have 4% of the vote to start with.
Yep. So, but I would say if somebody wants to talk to the school board about, serving, and you can get them to nominate you, then your chances go up dramatically.
Yeah, we definitely do. Yeah.
All right, motion for option 2. All right, motion by Mayor, second by Councilmember Tobias. There's discussion on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item 41. First reading, consider approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 53A, Article 2, Part B, Section 5 of the Code of Ordinance to reduce front yard setback from 15 feet to 5 feet, reduce side yard setback from 15 feet to 5 feet, and reduce the rear yard setbacks from 10 feet to 5 feet in Plum Creek R3 multifamily residential PUD district of the Plum Creek Plan Unit Development. This item has a public hearing. Ms. Sharp, thanks for staying with us.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Kayla Sharp, Senior Planner. So tonight we have some proposed text amendments to the Plum Creek Planned Unit Development, specifically relating to the setbacks in the R3 multifamily residential PUD district. So the map on the screen here kind of shows you the areas that have already been developed that could potentially be affected by this, as well as undeveloped properties. So just to kind of give you a reference, we're not talking about very much property left undeveloped in Plum Creek at this point. So just kind of some background information. The Plum Creek PUD was created in 1997 and has been amended periodically to reflect evolving development goals. The proposed amendments tonight are being requested to better align with the goals and vision of Plum Creek, and the reduced setbacks will support a more urban and pedestrian-oriented development pattern. So the proposed setbacks are reducing the front setback from 15 feet to 5 feet, side setback from 15 feet to 5 feet, and rear setback from 10 feet to 5 feet. Like I said, these changes will only apply to properties developed in accordance with the R3 standards. I do want to point out that the R3 developments are allowed in, of course, the R3 zoning district, but also in the Plum Creek MXD. So, like I said, the proposed setbacks will help create a more urban walkable development pattern. These setbacks will also bring several existing developments into compliance and also provide flexibility for future developments. But this will not modify any setback or buffer requirements adjacent to other residential PUD districts. So if you're adjacent to like a single family PUD district, there would still be like a landscape buffer and things like that. It won't affect any of that. And no proposed changes to maximum height, density, or permitted uses, just the setbacks. So the proposed amendments better align with the goals and vision of Plum Creek, and staff has found the proposed changes to be compatible with the surrounding developments, the city's comprehensive plan, and the long-term vision and goals of the Plum Creek community.
So Kayla, we took this vote many years ago. Can you explain why this is coming back? Why did the first vote to reduce, Terry might be the one to actually speak to this, but why did the, because the current, apartments have a 5-foot setback, not 15, and we took a vote on that. So do you know why it's coming back, or did that not hold, or what am I missing? Why are we having to do this again?
So to my knowledge, that was maybe more of an administrative decision. I'm not sure if Terry has
We took a
any
vote on
additional-
it for sure. I remember it.
Okay. For whatever reason, that wasn't amended actually in the code.
Okay.
And so now we're kind of correcting that and codifying it here.
Well, I have one thought, and Terry may not love this, but so I do agree with the urban design in the mixed use district, and so that's a 15-foot setback is really doesn't make a ton of sense. But one thing I didn't like about the original apartments was the width of the sidewalks that lead to the commercial area. The city's building sidewalks on the city infrastructure that are much wider and more walkable. But it's pretty cramped, and I see people having to walk off the sidewalk if two people are walking around. And so what I'm wondering is whether or not the developer would, and the apartment builders and master planners and all involved, be interested in widening the future sidewalks as it relates to going in. I don't know what the current width is, and I'm not suggesting they have to be the Vibe or anything like that, but a slight amount of increase in the sidewalks I think would make the quality of life for the walkability factor, which is what the urban model is supposed to produce, better. So is that something that y'all would be willing to do in exchange for the 5-foot setbacks, maybe add 2 feet?
Excuse me, Mayor and Council, Terry Mitchell. I'm part of the Plum Creek team. And by the way, for those of you, we hope to start in a few weeks 201 townhomes in Plum Creek. So hopefully we'll come out and see what it looks like. I don't have a conceptual problem with your request at all. What we've been following is if it has any commercial, meaning retail or commercial use whatsoever, then it's a full 10 feet.
Right.
Or so, or more.
I'm talking about in front of the apartments that you build, basically from whatever the side street is, just behind ARC or
I don't know
moving,
what those requirements have been.
They're this wide. I mean, they're really not what I thought was coming when I saw them go in. I was
My
pretty
own
sad
personal practice has been never do anything less than 5 feet, and then where
about it.
there's
They're
going to be
definitely not
additional.
5 feet.
Okay, well then I'll commit to 5 feet right now. In areas where it's going to be high traffic, we'll do 6 feet anyway. Just because if there's going to be traffic going back and forth, you want 2 strollers to pass each other. Kind of
Right.
thing. That kind of
Jason,
thing.
do you know by any chance? Does anybody know the width of the sidewalks in front of the apartments that are right there on the left-hand side as you're driving in? That's the existing brick and mortar apartments. Yes.
Those are generally pretty wide. I don't know. I think Jason left. I mean, we can get you a definitive answer on that, but we'd have to take a look at those plans.
So wider than what's the brick and mortar is what he's asking for.
That's what maybe I'm spatially challenged and it is 5 feet. It's definitely not wide enough for my view of it and the interaction, because I've walked up and down we have people who park in a parking lot, they're walking to a festival and those kind of things. So would you be willing to?
Let's just go to 6 feet, if that's all right. And just do 6 feet as a minimum in the brick and mortar and RXD areas, and that way we won't have an issue. That's not gonna make or break a project.
Appreciate it, Terry. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve with the amendment.
Mayor, there's still public hearing.
Oh, there's a public hearing. All right, is there any objection to opening a public hearing? Seeing none, public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and see this item? All right, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Now I'd like to make a motion to approve the item reducing the setbacks from 15 feet to 5 feet, but change in the appropriate agreement that all sidewalks within the brick and mortar apartment complex, district, multifamily, and commercial area and mixed use would have a minimum of 6 feet of sidewalks.
So I'm glad you brought that up because that was going to be my question when we were doing the setbacks, if we were widening the sidewalks and.
Well, there's a motion. Is there a second?
So, yeah.
All right, motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Rizzo.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad you brought that up because when I looked at the setbacks, I figured that's what the intent was, to make wider wider sidewalks, so I appreciate you wanting to go to 6 foot. It's important to have the walkability, especially when we've got Vibe trails going in all over the city of Kyle, so it's going to be important. And staff, as we're moving forward, let's make walkable sidewalks in our projects, please. So.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Terry. All right, next up is agenda item 42, receive a report, hold discussion, provide staff feedback regarding the launch of the City of Kyle's online interactive annual budget book for fiscal year 25-26. Holly Holt Torres.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Holly Holt Torres, Assistant Director of Finance. Financial Services is very excited to be here with you this evening to brief on the launch of the City of Kyle's first ever online budget book for fiscal year 2025-26 and provide a high-level overview. Just for some context, this online budget book is to serve as a digital, interactive, user-friendly version of the City of Kyle's traditional budget book with all of the same components and reports, but with some few extras thrown in. Okay, I understand that Council has been briefed previously on the city's acquisition and implementation of OpenGov. Through this innovative software, the city launched the strategic plan in January of this year, closely followed by the Open Data and Transparency Portal in March. So the launch of this online budget book is essentially the third phase of a citywide initiative focused on transparency and accountability. Just very high level for this evening, I want to point out a few key components of the budget book. So this budget book is comprehensive. It contains nearly 90 financial reports, all generated through the OpenGov platform. It is GFOA compliant. GFOA requires cities and municipalities to submit a budget book no later than 90 days from the start of the fiscal year. This online budget book meets all of those requirements and exceeds them. It is transparent. All of the financial reports on the online budget book can be looked at a fund level, department level, division level, and general ledger line level, which is the individual lines on a fiscal report. It is also user-friendly. Any report or piece of information you could hope to gain through this online budget book can be achieved in 1-2 clicks at the most. It is engaging and it's also translatable. We have a really neat feature about our translation that I'll share with you in just a moment. And so we wanted to give you a full sense, a full scope of the look and the feel of the online budget book before it launches. We do encourage you once it launches to take your time and navigate through the system. We think you'll find it to be a really keen resource for your residents and visitors to the site and city leadership as well. But for some context, the online budget book is embedded in the transparency portal, and you'll notice at this time there's a PDF link. But once it launches, it will take you right into the budget book. And we've embedded a video to show you sort of the look and feel of it. So visitors will come in, that's the home page. They'll be met with a message and then a lovely video by the city manager who graciously agreed to provide it. The video shows very high level how to navigate through the system, sort of summary highlights, how the system is interactive, how data is shown in different visual ways, how you can drill down into those visuals and look at raw data if you'd like. And then further down, strategic focus areas and community feedback and how in the city of Kyle we use all of that to shape budget development. Further down, there is a navigation site also, but at the top, you'll notice different categories that are drop downs that will help you navigate the site to different reports. Each department has its own page. You'll see it has its own drop down, very similar template for every department, information about the department, high-level FY26 budget item information, the budget report, whether it has revenues and expenses will both be embedded here. And then, as I mentioned, the site is fully translatable. So I've selected it in Spanish. You can select it in any language you'd like to navigate the site or receive your information. But I want to point out a really keen feature about this. We really wanted to, in the spirit of inclusivity for our residents, instead of the translation just being at the major context level, just the main context on the page, you'll notice, and I've stopped it here, that the financial report is also translated. So the general ledger lines are also translated. So instead of salaries and benefits and food, uniforms, you'll see comida, uniformes, it's going to translate to the line, and that is really a remarkable feature. And so We're proud of that, to bring that forward to our residents. We feel like it's something that meets our residents where they are. We hope that you will take some time in your free time to, as I said, navigate the system. We think you'll find that it's really an incredible resource. It's much more robust than I've been able to show you this evening, but I think you will see that. And I also want to take time to thank city leadership for their support in this program, and particularly the financial services staff on record. I get the benefit of presenting this information, but the heavy lifting was in large part done by the financial services staff. So publicly, a very big thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any comments or feedback? Councilmember McKinney.
Yeah, I got kind of a brief overview of this when I first got elected and was going around, and I have been geeking over this ever since. When we talk about transparency for the city, like, this is beyond phenomenal. This is as much detail as you could possibly want to drill down to.
Yes.
It is just absolutely awesome. I'm so excited about this. So.
Thank you so much. We agree. We feel very much the same way.
Yeah, I just keep thinking about everything we've done as a city to be more transparent, enhancing our communications team, making sure we're getting more data out to the residents. But this is the next level. This is really amazing. I feel like Mark, I'm like, man, let's get everything out there. This way people can look and go online when they've got questions. They can go and do the research for themselves. It's there. The numbers are there, the data, everything that they're looking for there. They don't have to go through a bunch of open records. They can just bring it up and it's there. It's pretty amazing. So I'm geeking out of it as well. It's so great.
I do want to point out the fiscal reports can also be saved to your laptop or desktop. They can be printed. So it becomes much more than an online budget book. It really becomes a resource. So to your point, if you're in a meeting or you're having a meeting with a constituent and you want a real conversation that's much more robust, this will give you those numbers to do that.
That's good.
That's worth geeking out on.
Thank you so much.
I'd just like to note that since the moment this item has started, Pervez has been smiling as much as I've ever seen him smile the entire time.
Did we get a Pervez joke during that entire budget season?
We did not.
You're leaving me just wanting more when I'm about to leave and I didn't get one final Pervez joke.
Looks great.
All right, but I'm going to be remote. All right. No. Oh, gosh. I don't know what that joke would be. All right. Any further discussion on this item?
Thank you.
Mayor,
All right.
Mayor and Council, I would just say that we're looking to launch this by the end of October. This is the third phase of the OpenGov portal that we've been building for over a year and a half. This is connected directly into the strategic plan and to the transparency site that has performance metrics. So putting all three of them together is tremendous. Holly and her team have done a tremendous job. If you're geeking out now, Councilmember McKinney, this is the foundational layer that we've built. The team already has ideas of how to build even more on this.
There's more?
As we go year over year to enhance
Y'all are
it. So
awesome.
it's a very exciting launch, and there's more to come.
Yeah, we've always had a great financial team, but now that the leadership has come with the capabilities of the online systems, it's a testament all the way up to Brian, but also to you, Jesse, and the whole team that's been brought together. It is certainly impressive. And the cool thing is, like, I think what I hear from the council is just a lot of confidence in your ability to deliver these products to the public. That's not something that historically, had there been a proposal for something like this. In fact, historically there were proposals, but just we did not have the capability of doing it. So that's pretty cool. And I will also add, since is Mike still here? In the back somewhere? Yeah, I will also add both mics that yesterday was my last Campo meeting, and at the Campo meeting I'm saying goodbye to Ashby Johnson, the Campo director, and he's giving me feedback essentially that our capabilities from our roadway department, our transportation engineering, all of that is like made leap in terms of how another professional organization like Campo views the city of Kyle. It has been transformative. Ashby glowed about the way that the city of Kyle is being perceived by him and his staff in terms of our capabilities, which is just that's the kind of impression you want to make to start pulling down those Campo dollars long term. So I just couldn't be happier to be leaving with these kind of products and that kind of feedback coming from professionals who I respect, whose opinion of our staff matter a tremendous amount. So I'm just super proud,
Yeah.
super proud.
So this is just, could be just the baseline, the seed of it all.
That's
For our
correct.
city, for parks, for our street crew. And we can go back, years from now. So when we have our budget meeting starting up in May, if we have a question, we want to compare numbers from 2021, we could be able to pull up all the information there, what was originally proposed from the city Public Works Department, our parks, and see where we're at as far as where our parks are at, to see where the numbers are at. And then we can, again, show it to our residents, because there's a lot of residents that love to do their own research and try to get us on the gotcha moments. But at least we have something here that says, no, that's not true. Look here, this is where we were from 19, in 2021, 22, depending on what it is. So,
Right, which
thank
was
you very
why the
much.
translation was so important to us. We worked as a team. I can't tell you how remarkable it is to have such a granular level of translation. It's important to us that all of the residents can navigate the system in the way they feel most comfortable. And it really is, as you said, such a tool for them because they can receive their information in any way they're comfortable. Yeah, thank you.
That's being inclusive, la información para todos, ¿verdad?
Sí, claro que sí.
What?
All right,
All right.
thank you so much.
On that note, we're going to go to the last item, agenda item 43, consider directing the city manager to evaluate crosswalk installs at the intersections of Center and Mayor, north-south, and Center and Veterans, east-west. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yep, thank you. And guys, I'll try to make this quick. We've all heard from residents in that area who have expressed concerns about the lack of bus service to Kyle Elementary. And there are a couple of areas that were striped, but the striping has worn off. But I would like, a couple of things is to have those two crosswalks restriped, and additionally to try to collaborate with, or to investigate whether or not those would be good intersections for signalized crosswalks for, anyone who wants to, as we, look to, downtown changes. I would like to try to make it more walkable.
Have you seen the crosswalk we installed over there by Daisy and Chapo?
No.
Okay, when you have a chance, go by there, because that's the one that that Brian and the park, street, and Mike and all them were able to help get, so we were able to have the kids walk from Science Hall down Chapa to Daisy Apartments, because they had that Daisy Lane, and it was it's still a racetrack out there, but they have a new crosswalk that's installed with the lights and everything else, so check it out. Maybe that's something that you might be interested in. Maybe we can do something there as well.
Does it have red lights to stop the traffic or just the flashing yellow?
It gives a flashing ahead of time to where if the kids are pressing the button, about a quarter of a mile up, it starts flashing that you're coming up on a pedestrian walk, and then as it gets near, it has it all lit up.
Does it go red?
It just does the flashing light, slows it down. Yeah.
What color?
But it doesn't,
Just the
it's just yellow,
yellow?
yeah. Yeah,
So
it
it doesn't
doesn't.
actually stop the traffic?
No, it doesn't try to stop traffic, but it advises the kid that there is pedestrians that are walking across.
And once the yellow lights are flashing, people have to yield to them, so it's important. I think it's great suggestions, the bus service. The other thing I'd like to see happen is a sidewalk from Stagecoach Crossing, as close to our project that we have coming up with Roundabout. It's something we could work on right now as a city, because I've got kids walking out of Stagecoach. They lost their bus service as well, so Stagecoach Crossing on Stagecoach Road needs to be looked at, and we need to add some lights. Any poles we have there, we need to add lights. I've got kids walking there in early morning, and it's getting really dangerous with it being dark at that time. So if we could get with PEC, get a couple of lights put in there as well. Appreciate on any of the poles around nearby there, the telephone poles. And with that, also Sanders, we have a raised crosswalk supposed to be coming forward, so we can get that one done as quickly as possible. National Night Out, the parents on Sanders highlighted it and made sure that we put an emphasis on it. So I promised them we would.
The HOA board has requested that be set aside until, I believe, December.
That's right.
So there isn't quite as much.
We hope to have that
traffic.
constructed close to the break.
And that would be really close. That's good timing. December,
in school.
I think they'd be happy with December, so that'd be great.
As far as Center Street, So,
Yeah, just do an evaluation all
So-
around our schools.
you want to make a motion? You want me to?
Pretty much what we hear all the time. Go look at.
All right, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 43 with the addition to, no, that's good, evaluate crosswalks, that's good.
With evaluate the crosswalks and the other proposed suggestions we had a few minutes ago on the sidewalk on Stagecoach and the lights.
Was that a second?
Can you do the
I
amendment?
made the motion.
No,
Oh,
just
you want me
for-
to amend the motion?
Yeah,
It-
to add my stuff on there.
Is that part of the master plan?
Yep. Because
I don't know.
I
I'll
don't
have
think
to
so.
look and see.
It needs to be done because bus service, it's about the elimination of bus service.
Okay, so from Stagecoach to where?
To the, where the new project will be with, near the Castillo property.
Okay, so I'd like to amend my motion to approve agenda item 42 with the addition of looking into a sidewalk from Old Stagecoach to the location of the Castillo property.
Yeah, where the roundabout, proposed roundabout would be, and streetlights as well, off the post.
You just changed.
No, I said it earlier.
You didn't say streetlights.
No, I did say it right now, I did.
Okay, and streetlights.
Go.
All right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo. What they said, both combined, all together. Is there discussion on that motion and extra?
Item 43 for the record.
Item 43 for the record. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0.
Oh,
Motion to adjourn.
Can you throw in an extra large pizza while you're at it with that agenda item?